All right. Hello, everybody. Should be live here. Testing, testing. Yeah, we got an area of rotation that is intensifying a little bit here near Heidelberg, Mississippi. As you guys can see on our latest radar scan, there is an area of rotation. It's a little bit broad, but we do have a tornado warning for this storm that includes areas like Vossburg, Stafford Springs, Goodwater, Barnett, Nancy, Dead Wilder, Hale, DeSoto, Quitman, Elwood, Pashuda, and Beatrice all need to be in their safe spots. We've got an area of broad rotation. No debris signature on this storm right now, but it's enough rotation, I think, to take this storm seriously. So again, if you live in these areas, make sure that you are in your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, this is a tornado warning with enough rotation to take seriously. Earlier, when they issued this warning, it had a brief area of rotation and then it kind of fell apart. But now it is exhibiting a little bit more rotation as of our latest scan. So again, if you live in Pashuda, Quitman, Mississippi, or Shabuda, you guys all need to be in your safe spots as a tornado warning has been issued for your area. Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hopefully everybody is having a decent morning so far. We've had a couple tornado warnings out here in Mississippi earlier this morning. A lot of them haven't produced anything in terms of tornadic activity, but I think one of them might have potentially produced, one or two of them might have potentially produced a tornado. If we come over here to our storm reports, let me take this off real quick. You can see that we maybe we did have a TDS at 6:30 a.m. Here noted on Branton Bay Road, and then we also had another TDS or a tornado debris signature at 6:30 a.m. Near Matlock Drive, Highway 43 there near Forest Grove, Mississippi. So potentially two tornadoes already as we go into the morning here, which is why we are live. Seems like there is a little bit of a threat. The good news is that the lapse rates are pretty low right now. But you know, we are dealing with an area of rotation here that definitely needs to be watched right there near in this area here. So again, if you live out here, just make sure that in this tornado warning, make sure that you are in your safe spots. We're going to be monitoring this storm just in case it tries to do what some of these other storms have done so far this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Well, you know what, MC, Ben, I have missed seeing you guys as well. I hate though that it has to be in this context, but it is what it is. Good morning. Good morning. Watching from Alberta. It's cold up here today. Yeah, y'all keep that up there. Please. Do not send that cold down here. Do you hear me? We will treat them as fighting words. Or at least I will. But yeah, latest scan here, broad circulation still. You can see that we do have some decent reds on this side, greens on the northern side, but you can see in the middle still some grays, indicating that we still have some broad circulation with our storm right now as it travels off to the north and east. Again, Pashuda, Quitman, and Shabuda need to be in their safe spots. That's the latest scan here. You can see our storms are a little bit messy right now, but let's go ahead and see if we can find some camera views near this. Let me just make sure that PA Storm Trackers is not live this morning yet. Looks like they will be live at 11 a.m. So I'll have that ready to go when they go live. And then we'll hop over here to our other camera map where we should have Mississippi cams all around this area. Yeah, unfortunately, nothing right next to the storm. We do have something kind of in this slop, this rain slop on the backside. Has today's predictions changed much? No. I would say I'm a little bit less bullish on today being like a higher end or tornado day. But there are a lot of storms out there and some potentials for mergers to overcome some of our issues, and we'll talk about that once this tornado warning expires here. Okay, let me go ahead and take this off of here just so we have at least a cam there. And then we'll have, well, we'll just keep that on for there for now until the time comes. And you can keep snow in Quebec. There you go. looks like there's people are already getting that feeling of snow exhaustion. It happens. Usually when you get into the January, people, at the beginning of snow seasons, everybody's excited for snow, but then when they get too much, they're like, okay, you can stop now. Finally get a YouTube voiceover job. Nice. That'll be interesting. Good luck on that adventure there. Good luck on that adventure. Let me just double check to make sure that there are no cameras in this area that's not on our map. I feel like I've used a camera in near Quitman before. There's one near Laurel. Yeah, the closest one is near Laurel. That's the one that we have up. Yeah. Laurel. So yeah, the tornado warning is a little bit further up to the north than some of our cameras, unfortunately. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. We will have storm chasers going live. Let me just make sure that Tornado Pagey isn't already live. I would assume she's going live later. Yeah, she is not live yet. Okay. You do your best to keep the cold up there. Thank you. We appreciate that down here in the south. We're getting more snow than usual in central Quebec. Snowy every week. Wow. Winter lost its way and went to Europe. Yeah, we haven't had we've had a lot of winter storms in America. Just they've all been kind of hitting the same place. So nobody really gets excited about them anymore. And the people that do live in that area are not very happy. They're getting old of it. Latest scan out here, we are still seeing some rotation. Still got that little gray band, though, of some broadness again, but there's still a little tiny area of some tighter circulation there just to the east of Stafford Springs. Still not seeing a definite debris signature with our storm, but it is moving towards good water. That rotation, Nancy and Dead Wilder. That is the latest here on our scan. Still want the folks out there to be in their safe spots. I do want to check just in other spaces or places here just to make sure that I'm not seeing any other areas of rotation. And yeah, we're not seeing any areas of rotation further to the south and west. This is kind of our only area to monitor, at least for right now. We observed warnings earlier. Yeah, apparently we've had 2 tornadoes so far. Yeah, so yeah, there's been 2 tornadoes confirmed so far. If we come over here to Weather Circle, we had 1 tornado confirmed just to the east of Tylertown at around 6:34. TDS noted along Branton Bay Road. And then we had another tornado report out here near Forest Grove, Mississippi, near Matlock Drive. That was about around 6:30 a.m. It's like Alexis says, had some thunder last night. Beautiful blue skies this morning. Well, that's good. It's gray, muggy, and disgusting down here in northern Alabama. Will it get bad here? Let me see where you are. Yeah, we are going to have to keep an eye on your area, Night Wolf, today. You are in the northern portion of this risk. There is some rain heading towards you right now. You can see we've got some pretty heavy rain off to your west, and that'll continue to move, near or over you. The good news is not really seeing any areas of rotation up here. Not really expecting to, but we could get maybe a little bit of a surprise further into Alabama. If I come over here to our SPC outlook, you can see that you are in a marginal risk and also in a 2% tornado risk, which again isn't super elevated, but it is something to keep an eye on just in case. But some severe weather and some damaging winds will still be possible throughout the day in your area. Yeah, I switched our radar from NextRad level 3 to NextRad level 2 data, which is, NextRad level 2 to NextRad level 3 data, which is a little bit lower resolution on the reflectivity, but you can see that our velocities and correlation coefficient are still pretty high resolution. They release scans quicker, and they also, it's a lot smaller of a file to parse through when you're getting it in the back end and serving it to the front end app. So it's saving costs, and you can still see, what's happening in the storm. So that's a decision I decided to make yesterday. But we still do have some rotation here just north and east of Laurel. Still want equipment to be in their safe spots as our storm approaches here. You can see we do have some decent precipitation heading just to the east and northeast of Heidelberg. All right, let's come back over to here. As soon as you can, you will post a picture on Weather Circle of how little snow we have in Eastern Ontario. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for subscribing. Mississippi have tornadoes all day. It's going to be, in my opinion, it's going to be pretty off and on today. And unless we get some clearing from the clouds. If you look at the satellite, you can just see it's very cloudy out there right now, around where these storms are, and pretty cloudy back over here near Louisiana as well. There are some models that suggest that we could have some more convection back over here near Lake Charles, but the lapse rates might be too low to really sustain a more high, like a higher tornado threat. But and also our wind shear is going to be relaxing pretty much from this time going into forward. Pretty much what's happened is that our low pressure system has kind of left these storms behind, and this storm right here near Quitman is kind of associated with a tiny little shortwave trough, or like it's kind of its own little mesoscale convective system, which is a very messy one that is moving into this area, which is kind of creating its own little area of elevated lower level shear and more of a perpendicular wind field from the lower levels to the upper levels. So this is why this storm has been able to rotate and potentially and produced a tornado earlier today. And so it's definitely worth watching, but we will talk about the overall environment here in just a little bit. But we've got to get this tornado warning to expire here so we can actually talk about it in detail. But yeah, latest scan here, you can see that we still have some broad circulation. Quitman still needs to be in their safe spot as our storm continues to push off to the north and east towards you guys. It's currently located over Goodwater. Nancy DeWilder will be next for this rotation. But as of right now, not seeing any evidence of a tornado in progress, which is good news. There have been quite a few very tiny storms that tried to rotate today. Yeah. How's Babyhead, Texas, though? Probably still doing Babyhead, Texas things, if I had to guess. You were discharged from the rehab facility today for like physical or mental stuff. Either way, congrats. Why is there no red discussion mesoscale yet? It's probably because some of the things we're going to talk about, the lapse rates out here are very, very low. Very low. And in the southeast, that typically spells a disaster for a tornado threat, which is good news for us. But, we'll have to see. I do think the tornado threat today is going to be pretty minimal unless we see those lapse rates come back up. One of the things that will keep these storms alive, though, is storm mergers. And if you look out there, there are a decent amount of storms out here that are merging at the current moment. So, we've got to watch it. That's going to be the thing that gives us a tornado threat, but that takes a while to happen. And those typically fall apart pretty quickly. They don't sustain that much, especially in the kind of shear environment that we're in right now. Those lower lapse rates can really put a number on our tornado threat. So I do think it's going to be a little bit more sporadic than what some of the models were indicating yesterday, which is good news. So we'll see. We'll see. It could very well be one of those days where we get a couple tornado warnings from here on out and then nothing really happens, or we could have a couple brief tornadoes. But the environment just doesn't scream a strong, sneaky tornado threat yet to me. But we'll monitor it as the day goes on, and we'll let you guys know if anything changes. Latest scan out here just to the north and east of Heidelberg, still seeing this broad area of circulation now, pretty much past Goodwater, kind of broadening out even more. Honestly, I could see this tornado warning being allowed to expire in 3 minutes. So we could have this tornado warning expiring here very shortly. Just not enough. That rotation's getting broader every scan. It's kind of falling apart right now. Everyone, hope you're having a great Friday. I hope you're having a great Friday too. Thanks for being live for us who don't have a way to see what's happening. We are only about a mile from the rotation. All right, well, keep staying in that safe spot then. Cape also, at least according to the HRRR, is elevated in the isolated areas. We will be looking at all of that. We'll be breaking it down as soon as this tornado warning expires. We're going to be looking at everything. So, thank you, Casper. I appreciate that. Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully you guys have gotten your coffee in you. Got a little spark of energy from that coffee, or from the, you know, I really do believe though, the regular coffee drinkers, do you still feel any benefit from coffee in terms of waking you up? All right, latest scan out here just to the south of Quitman. Still have a very broad area of circulation here. Maybe a little bit of a tightening trying to happen over here near Nancy and Goodwater. That might prompt an extension if it gets a little bit more tighter or a little bit more intense in terms of the speeds of the winds in there. But as of right now, it's still pretty weak circulation over there. Coffee helps. Yes, it does. No, it just tastes good. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was my dad. He is like a type of person that drinks coffee like all throughout the day. And when he had surgery, he stopped drinking coffee because he couldn't drink it during the surgery and afterwards. And he got like a migraine that like no pain med could touch. So I really hope all the heavy coffee drinkers in chat never have to go through that. I hope you're just on a steady supply of coffee for the rest of your life. Or if you're trying to quit coffee, quit it slowly. Yeah, latest scan here just came in. Still very broad circulation here near Quitman. Looks like we have, looks like this tornado warning has just been allowed to expire. So there we go. There we go. First tornado warning of the stream. Oh, never mind. They just extended it. Okay. Not sure how I feel about that. I think it's a little bit cautious, but they did just extend this tornado warning. There is technically still rotation. It's just very broad and diffuse. If you live over there near Quitman, I guess just stay in your safe spots here for a little bit longer. Chancellor, Pine Ridge, Sykes, Hurricane Creek are now in their safe spot. Now need to go in their safe spots as well. I wouldn't be freaking out though. This rotation isn't very strong. There's no areas of organized tight rotation with this, but we'll monitor it to see if it will try to tighten up again. Hey, thank you, Olivia, for being a member for 6 months. Thank you. Thank you. Coffee IV drip. There you go. If they had that, how many of you guys would put coffee just straight into your veins? Like, are you that serious of a coffee drinker? I don't think anybody would, because coffee, I think a lot of coffee drinkers like the taste just as much as they like I know I love the taste of coffee. Put a little bit of sugar in it. I thank you, JLS, for the $5. Thank you so much. Hope you're feeling better today. Yeah, I'm pretty much over it. Today I feel a lot better. Love my coffee and can't go without it. There you go. No cake, but you have a duck. There you go. Bean water. It is technically a bean. The latest scan here from our radar still shows the same kind of presentation. Very broad and very diffuse rotation. They must be seeing something from the ground that we're not seeing via radar here. Let me check the update here. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Goodwater, 9 miles south of Quitman, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Yeah, no additional information there, unfortunately. Let's go check our storm reports just in case there was like maybe a funnel reported or something. No. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Looks like Norfolk Sheep says afternoon. Or good afternoon from a cold, dank, miserable Norfolk, UK. Storm Goretti has changed a charge off into Europe, leaving a trail of havoc. Over 300,000 properties in France were without power this morning. Wow. Thank you for the report. That's a lot of people that lost power. That must have lived up to the expectations. Thank you for that report. That does help us, and help your neighbors. That is what this app is about. Thank you. You just watch the storm near Richmond, Mississippi. Richton. Yeah, it's got an interesting little look to it. Very broad circulation. I can see them issuing a tornado warning for this one, even though it's not very strong rotation right now. But Mississippi has been just pulling the trigger on these tornado warnings pretty quickly, and with not a whole lot of evidence of strong rotation. They're being very cautious right now for some reason. Weather is globally connected. It certainly is. It certainly is. Let's come back over here. I do want to check back in with what's happening over here. Actually, a little area of rotation is developing out over here, just to the north and west of Kentwood here in southern Mississippi. Keep an eye on that storm. A little broad circulation here. Not really much to note on that guy. Come back a little bit further to the south. Not really seeing anything down there. Yeah, we got a little rotation south of Liberty, another one just to the east of Hattiesburg, and this kind of more broad and diffuse rotation near Quitman. It's AI that is pulling the trigger on these tornado warnings, I guess. Is that a real thing? Does the NWS really use AI to warn storms? I've seen people say that before, but where's a link to the app? Oh yeah, let me get that pinned in the chat. Get it pinned in the chat and we'll put it in the description. Okay, it is now pinned there, and let me put it in the description. There we go. Perfect. All right. Yeah, latest scan, a little messy scan here. It kind of looks like something is trying to happen here, maybe. It is kind of in the inflow of the storm. That might be some weird pixelation contamination issue with our storm being on the outside of the inner ring of our radar. There's also a little area, potential rotation there as well. That's where I would assume, this is kind of like a bookend vortex kind of storm. I would assume our rotation would be more in this spot here rather than in this spot. This is probably more of like a meso-low trying to develop here, and then we would have a or like a little frontal boundary. These storms have little cold fronts that come out of them, so that's probably what that is. The cold air is wrapping around the backside, pushing up into this area, and then our rotation is probably somewhere in here, best as I could tell. But it's hard to tell given the fact that our radar is so pixelated right now in that area. Let's come back down to here near Richton. We are seeing a little bit tighter rotation here just to the south of Richton, still heading up to the north of Sand Hill. So again, if you live near Sand Hill or Buckatuna, would still be in your safe spots there. Let's come back over to this storm that we've been keeping an eye on. Yeah, this one still has a little bit of rotation there. Still not overly concerned about it, but I am still going to keep a little tiny eye on that one just in case it does try to intensify. But that is the latest. Let's go back and check Weather Circle to see if we have any new reports. No new reports out of this area. Guys, if you are from Mississippi or Alabama, come over here and join Weather Circle. It's my app, and it's really just for, storm reports. You see something happen on a storm, you come onto this app, you take a picture or you say something in the text, and you never know, you might save someone's life by doing that. And that's the purpose of this app is to really increase the storm reports out there so that people can know what the storm is doing. So if you are in Mississippi or in Alabama, in really any of these zones, Louisiana, or back over here in Texas, and you're watching this stream and you want to help relay storm information, join the app here. It's in the pinned comments in the chat and also in the video description. Come over here and join it, and post reports when something's happening in your area. You know, you're getting snow, we want to know. You're getting wind, we want to know. You're getting heavy rain, we want to know. All right, let's come back over to here. It's been cloudy here. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that it's very cloudy right now and miserable. Still a little interesting area from this radar. You can kind of see from the mobile rate. Okay, finally, we're getting a clear scan here. Yeah, still dealing with that broad and diffuse area of rotation there, just to the south and west of equipment. No areas of tight or strong rotation yet. But this is going to go, looks like this rotation is going to go just south of the equipment area, but I still want equipment to be in their safe spots just in case this storm does try to ramp up that rotation just a little bit more before it gets to you. Sometimes these storms, when they do get that rotation going and then they are in the process of dying, sometimes a tornado can do a little bit of a left turn on us. So I still want equipment to be in their safe spots, but as of right now, I'm seeing a pretty low possibility that you guys get impacted by a tornado warning. So although that you are in your safe spots, I wouldn't be freaking out about that storm just yet. Yeah, I do want to check back over here near Richton. You're still dealing with a very broad area of circulation there. So no new changes on that storm. Let's come back down further to the south on the Louisiana, Mississippi border here, north of Kentwood. Yeah, no significant changes with any of these storms. You know, I'm noticing a couple areas, 1, 2, 3, 4, a very weak rotation, but nothing to note that is concerning right now. Tornado season is here, kind of. Tornado season really doesn't seem to ever quit, it seems. Where are these storms with the small rotation headed? More into like the Columbia area in Hattiesburg, Macomb, eventually Ellisville, probably Collins, Laurel, Waynesboro. This little area of precipitation where these rotations are hanging out should rise to the north throughout the day. And we could see the potential for some tornadoes along this little edge of that storm. Probably no tornadoes to the north of it. Say a pretty low chance for tornadoes to the south of it. But more of just like kind of right along that boundary. You know, if you get just the right storm, you could potentially see a tornado. All right, let's come back over to our cameras here. I do want to check in on Hattiesburg because they've been getting a lot of rain here recently. I just want to make sure there's no like flooding on the roads in Hattiesburg right now. Let's see. Go here. Oh yeah, look at that ponding on the right side of the road here. So there is a little bit of flooding happening here in Hattiesburg. Nothing too crazy, at least according to that camera. I got a view of the sky from this one, some dark and absolutely joy-stealing colored clouds. Yeah, you can see we got some water pooling up on this side of the road, on the left side there. There in Hattiesburg. We'll go south and see maybe if we can get a camera that's like facing up towards, yeah. So there's the rain's behind here, and you can actually see, you know, the kind of southern portion of our storm here, or at least of our little warm frontal boundary, pseudo warm frontal boundary. Yeah, when I woke up this morning and looked outside, I felt no joy. It was just so cloudy and miserable and rainy. Like, I enjoy the rain for the sound, but the vibe of it is never that great. Like, when it comes to like just looking outside, I really enjoy it. Very like the blue sky type days. Okay, looks like we're getting an update here on our tornado warning, saying it expires in an hour. Moving to the northeast at 30 minutes, which means it'll definitely expire in less than an hour. But still an area of rotation. We just got another pixelated weird scan on our storm right now. It does look like we're getting a little bit more of a supercellular shape with our storm, but that's about it. Nothing really to note other than that. Rotation is not really too intense in our storm as far as I can tell there. Let's come back a little bit further to the south. Yeah, still an area of broader circulation here just to the east of Richton, to the north and west of Sand Hill. And then back over on the Louisiana-Mississippi border. Maybe a little bit more rotation here just to the north of Greensburg. And yeah, you can also tell that this storm is trying to take on a little bit of a supercellular shape. So maybe this one, they can get enough mergers and enough nudgers, it might try to pull off a rotation there. So we'll keep an eye on this one. That one that was north of that seems like that rotation has fizzled as that storm has gone north of our boundary here. South of Tylertown, there's also a storm here with some broader rotation and a little bit of a supercellular structure as well, about to enter into Tylertown. But no rotation that is strong enough to concern me with any of those storms. Just enough to note and to keep in mind. Okay, we have some new reports from Olivia Stabstar from Ontario. Looks like she's reporting it's cold. Let's see. Kath Brock says it's nice and cold. And then your girl Frank just posted. She says it's 2 degrees Celsius, which is friggin' cold, and getting some sleet up there in Canada. Look at that. The Canadians love this app. Let's go. And we love the Canadians, or I love the Canadians. I'm not going to speak for y'all, but they're so chill, laid back. Latest scan over here, still broad circulation moving north of Sand Hill. Let's check down here really quick. Yeah, same thing down here. So no real big changes on our latest scan. Back up here in our tornado warning. Still can't really tell what's happening with this storm. Very pixelated scan. As far as I could tell, though, it does look like that rotation, though, is still pretty broad and diffuse. You're in northern Ohio. It's in the low 60s here, and that sky looks wicked out there. Looks all right. It's snowing in my town. Well, congrats. It's not on the ground. Yeah, I don't think it's on the ground either. I agree with you on that. There is some rotation on it, but there's nothing like super serious about it that I'm like concerned about. It's pretty weak rotation. Honestly, expected them to remove the tornado warning before they reissued this one. Are we gonna get snow this season in Alabama? I have no idea. There's not a single weatherman out there that can tell you that answer. Unless we have like a snowstorm that is in the 3-day range, there's just no way. Snow is impossible to predict further out. If you've been watching any of those YouTubers that go look in the next month over and then compare what they said during that video in comparison to what actually happened, they were all wrong, and wildly wrong at that. It happens every year. You just got to wait until it's in the range of accuracy. All right, latest scan here, very broad circulation just to the south and east of Quitman. Still moving off to the north and east, about to cross over the Mississippi-Alabama border, where I can assure you once the storm gets into Alabama, they are not going to rewarn this thing unless there is actual decent rotation tightening up. Still don't understand why the YouTube chat crashes so much. What do I think about Tuscaloosa area today? I really want to go over my thoughts, but I'm not sure if these tornado warnings will allow me to. Given the fact that that's a pretty weak circulation up there, let's just kind of go over the thoughts really quick on what I think about today and what we're going to experience. So first thing that we're going to do, so today we do have a slight risk out over here for parts of Texas going into Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. We also have a marginal risk around that here in the lighter green. Thunderstorms are going to be possible all the way from the border of Texas and Mexico up into West Virginia today. But our main area and threat is going to be back here in the slight risk, where we do have a 5% tornado risk over here near Alexandria, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, Starkville, Meridian, Jackson, Hattiesburg, Moundville, Clayton, and Montgomery are all going to need to be watching for the threat of tornadoes today. But there are some areas of good news we'll talk about. We also have a 15% SPC outlook here for some hail back over near College Station, Lufkin, and Shreveport later on today. And then we also have a pretty wide area of a 15% chance of wind back over there near College Station through Meridian, Starkville, Monroeville, and Hattiesburg. So that's kind of what we're dealing with, the broad kind of the strokes of today's forecast. But if we come over here, things get a little bit more minute. So this is our mesoscale analysis. This is kind of what we're observing right now. And you can see currently we do have some instability building back over here into Mississippi, down into southeastern Louisiana. So there is actually plenty of instability back over here, but you can see a lot of our storms, especially in northern and central Alabama, are out of this instability, and they will probably stay out of that instability for most of the day until that little boundary here goes a little bit further up to the north, maybe bringing a threat into Montgomery and maybe into Birmingham if it can get that far up to the north. Now, one of the things that I've been watching this morning and going into the evening is that we have very low lapse rates right now. So we have 5 lapse rates. You typically want them above 6 in order to sustain, especially in the southeast, a tornado threat. We have a lot of moisture that pulls into this area, and these lapse rates being so low, it's really going to temper our tornado threat unless we can get a bunch of mergers, which is still possible. So there still could be tornadoes today, even though the lapse rates are low, but these storms are going to be relying on combining together in order to tap into the wind environment that is out there right now. But so yeah, lapse rates are really low right now. And another thing that we're watching is our lower level shear. Lower level shear helps spin the air. And as you can see, we have 35 knots. That's a decent amount. We have a little bit of a short wave here, causing some stronger shear into southeastern Mississippi, where we have been getting that tornado warning with that storm. So that's why it's been able to do what some of these storms can't do, because it's in a stronger wind shear environment. So, you know, overall, it seems like our thermodynamics are a little bit lacking right now. Wind shear is a little bit on the low side. So even if things all line up, we're probably still not going to see a strong tornado today, thankfully. But we do still need to monitor near this little frontal boundary that's draped over into southern Mississippi, as there could be a little bit elevated shear. If we can get a storm to mature and plant on that boundary, that's where we're going to see the potential maybe for a strong tornado. All right, looks like we got people posting in the app again. Let's see what we got. Wow, a lot of people just posted. Meanwhile, where I live, there is no rain. Oh yeah, that's over. He lives in South America. Really, no rain near the Amazon. Fair enough. Oh yeah, you're just to the west of all that green stuff there. All them trees. All right, let's. But thank you for posting. Does weather have bipolar in Michigan? Can't make up its mind. Yeah. It looks like a little bit of rain, and it's probably a little bit warmer than average up there. I'm mad. I'm so cold. Well, get back inside. I'm in Monroe, Louisiana, and it's cold and 71. Did you say cold? Oh, it's cloudy. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Oh, we got snow still on the ground back over here in Ogden. Thank you for that report. This is Tornado Explorer, but he's testing on his new screen name, Utah NATO WX. Weather Boy says hello again. Evan, I hope you have a good morning. Thank you. Looks like we have a picture out over here Foggy morning with light rain, still humid. Thank you, thank you. Very cloudy in Houston, Texas. Looking like it's about to rain. And cloudy, gloomy, rainy back over here in parts of Pennsylvania. Thank you guys for those reports. That does help. All right, let's come back over here to our tornado warning and check out what's happening here. So we did just get a clear scan, and there actually is a tiny little area of rotation here near Davis, Mississippi. That's a little bit tighter there. So if you live in Sykes, would still be into your safe spots. This is not a joke. This is not a prank. No one's going to be saying, you know, hey, there's a tornado warning for your area. Psych. No, this is an actual little area of weak rotation. Now, is that going to produce a tornado? Probably not. But we're going to keep a close eye on it. Sykes needs to be in their safe spots. This is coming pretty much directly at you. To the north of that, Middleton, Energy, Sneal, Hurricane Creek, and Pine Ridge here in Mississippi should be continuing to be in their safe spots out there. Let's come back down a little bit further to the south and let's check back on these storms again. It's still very broad circulation south of Waynesboro. Back over here, yeah, still broad circulation there near Tylertown, nothing serious. And another area, very broad circulation north of Greensburg, Louisiana. So nothing really dangerous to note. Maybe a little bit of rotation developing over here near Zachary, but that's kind of in the clear air. Very disorganized area of showers there. So that is the latest on the scans here in Mississippi going into Louisiana. Let's actually go all the way back down here to Lafayette. There is some more convection happening over here. Yeah, still looking good over there. So nothing really to note too serious other than this tornado warning here. So that's the latest. And thank you, Adrian, for subscribing. Storms look like they may just be south of me in Monticello, Mississippi. Should I stay aware? Where is Monticello? Monticello, Mississippi. Yeah, I would continue to be aware. This warm front should eventually reach up north into you guys. So I would definitely be aware, just in case. All right, listen, we just got a new update on our tornado warning. It is radar indicated still, and they're saying that it's going to expire in 35 minutes now. Again, this is just on the border there of Mississippi and Alabama, south and east of Meridian. California had a tornado on Christmas. Now that's crazy talk. Thoughts on Wellfleet winning the tornado of the year? I mean, we all watched it live. That was one of the most beautiful tornadoes that has ever happened in the middle of a field. Didn't hurt anybody. And literally just stood in one spot for like 30 minutes. I mean, come on. Question, the wind direction flags, I think that they represent what direction they are blowing. Yeah, so we'll come back over to here. We'll bring up our meso analysis. So yeah, these little wind direction flags. So you take where it looks like a little golf club, and then the way that that's pointing is where the wind is going. So the wind is coming out of the south, going up into the north in the lower levels here into the southeast here. That's how you read where the wind flags are going. And you can see here we have wind flags coming out of the south, and then look above to where our north of our storms, we have wind flags coming from the north down to the south. That indicates when they're opposite direction there that we do have a little kind of warm frontal boundary here, which could have a little bit more increased shear in along that boundary. So we do have to watch that area for some tornadic activity if we get any storm latched onto that boundary. All right, let's see what else we got here on Weather Circle. Let's see here. H. Kolk says in my county, it's a snowstorm. Oh, geez. And in Netherlands. Oh. Windy here in northern Ohio. Does anybody see the meteor yesterday morning? There was a meteor apparently spotted in Ohio. Did anybody else see that? It says a trip. Bentley says feels like severe weather day in Shreveport. Where are you at? Oh, okay. You it looks like you don't have a location turned on, but yeah. It could be a little bit of a severe weather day over there for sure. By the way, the link to that app, it's my app. It's for storm reports. If you guys want to report storms, you can join. The link is in the pinned comment in chat and also in the description of this video, of this live stream. Nope, didn't see a meteor. Gotcha. Shreveport, let me see. Yeah, Shreveport could get some severe weather today. All right, let's go back and check out our cameras. Actually, never mind. Let's come back over to here. I am seeing a little area still of rotation here, just to the south and west of Sykes. Still want Sykes to be in their safe spot. No debris signature yet, so I'm not seeing a tornado on the ground right now. But if you live in Sykes, I would still be in your safe spots there. It's still an area of some decent rotation, in my opinion. That's in Mississippi. Let's come back over to our cameras. Unfortunately, unless we get a chaser, we will have probably a chaser in Alabama. Okay, how do I get out of this? Oh, there we go. Want to see if I can find a camera near Waynesboro. No, I can't. Macomb? Can we get a camera near Macomb? There's Tylertown. This could see, yeah, like a camera like this would be actually potentially good. If it works. This camera is on vacation, apparently. My bad, sir. Didn't mean to interrupt your spa day. But this is pretty much in Macomb here. You can see that it is rainy. Pretty rainy. Conditional low-end brief tornado threat may continue here. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of my thoughts as well. You know, it's not going to be a super tornado charged day today, but every now and then we'll probably see some rotations. You know, we could get a scenario. I think the worst case scenario that could happen today is if we get a storm latch onto this little frontal boundary here and just kind of ride it. That would happen. That would have to happen like kind of right now into the evening hours, mainly because we're really, like, as we go throughout the day, the wind shear is going to be getting weaker and weaker. All right, let's see here. Latest scan on our tornado warning. Still have an area of rotation here, just to the east of Quitman. Still heading towards Sykes. Still not seeing anything ramp up to being like, okay, we're about to get a tornado type rotation, but definitely enough, I think, to still continue to be in your safe spots there in Sykes and down the road here, Energy Snell and Hurricane Creek, Mississippi. Nice, Bentley. Hello. Welcome in. Those hookup echoes back in April 2011 were off the charts. Yeah, they really were. Hopefully we don't see anything like that today. I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, man, for this, at least the state of Alabama. Actually, a little area of tightening rotation here, south and west of Waynesboro's got my attention here. Potentially, that continues to tighten. We might see a tornado warning on this shortly. It's kind of like its own little kind of mesoscale-ish type system here. So we're going to be seeing broad rotation in this area for a while, but every now and then these little things can have a little area of tighter circulation and try to produce a tornado. So It's basically along the leading edge. It's just merger after merger after merger. And basically all we need, at least right now, is for these storms to kind of reach up into that stronger shear environment, which these mergers are helping it do, at least in this specific area. So got to keep an eye on that rotation there just to the south and west of Waynesboro. Check back over here in Tylertown. Yeah, still looking good back here. Still looking good back over there. Nothing's really latching onto that warm front. Looks like those storms might be north of that. And that's the latest. You're talking to a guy from Mayfield, Kentucky, from here in Boston. What he told me showed me what an amazing bunch of people after the strong tornadoes. Yeah, you know, when a strong tornado hits a community or a city, you know, everybody's lives get changed forever. It's not just the people that get hit by the tornado. You know, it's everybody kind of just comes together. You know, it doesn't matter if you're, you know, your political leanings or nothing. It doesn't matter what your opinions about certain things in the world are. You know, all of those conversations get set aside and everybody just comes together and works together to make sure that their neighbors are okay. And I think, you know, that part of humanity is beautiful. And I just wish we would do that outside of disasters. All right, latest scan here. Still some rotation inside of the storm. It does look like it's weakening a little bit here to the east of Quitman. Still moving up. Looks like it's about to come into Sykes right now. So continue to be in your safe spots. But it does seem like that's weakening a little bit there. Still keeping an eye on it, though. I thank you, MLF Freiberger. Oh, that's my mom. I thank you, Mom, for the $20 donation. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, the communities really do come together when they are affected by tornadoes. And if you've ever been in that situation and you've seen it with your eyes, it is it's like everybody turns into an ant. It's like a signal gets sent throughout the whole community, and everybody, it just snaps on the same mode at the same time, and they all come in and they start working together flawlessly. Removing tree limbs, helping neighbors, donating food. Hey, you're missing this? I got it. You got this? I need it. You know, and it's like there's not a shred of hesitation. Everybody just helps each other out, and it's beautiful to see. You know, through all the chaos that the tornado caused, you know, there is still beauty in the humanity that comes in afterwards. I thank you, Sassy, for being a member for 23 months. Yeah, happy almost 2-year anniversary. Thank you. Yeah. It's crazy that we can celebrate a 3-year anniversary on this channel. It's just nuts. I've been doing this a while now. All right, still waiting on that latest scan. Oh, there's the latest scan. Yeah, still a little area of rotation just south of Sykes there. Yeah, not very strong, but you know, it's actually a little bit tighter. It's very weak but tight area of circulation, so keep it maybe a little bit more threatening. There, just south of Sykes. I think just me for being a member for 34 months. Holy crap, that is almost 3 years. Holy moly. Thank you for all of that support. I do appreciate it. I really do. Wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. Little area of rotation just south of Slaughter. Kind of the same thing that's happening up there on that other storm that's tornado warned. Just a very weak but tighter area of circulation just south of Slaughter, Louisiana. So we just got an update on our tornado warning. They're saying now it's going to expire in 24 minutes. So if you live east of Quitman, continue to be in your safe spots until this is over and done with. Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully everybody's having a good morning so far. Speaking of time, the LA fires happened a year ago, and the Florida Panhandle outbreak happened 2 years ago. Man. And the Hemet fire happened 3 years ago. Crazy. All right, let's go see if we have any new reports on Weather Circle. Oh, we do have a new and very important report. We have a cat side-eyeing us. I feel like that cat's judging me. No? Like, that side eye has penetrated my soul. Thank you, the sharing a cute picture of your cat. She says they say the cat doesn't like the cold. All right, all right. That makes sense. Not side-eyeing us, but side-eyeing the weather. Nightwolf says Snowmageddon was the day off and they got that wrong. It happens. Snow is getting very hard. What do you mean by that? Snow is getting, oh, snow is going very hard. Okay. I don't know why my brain reads things wrong sometimes. Sorry about that. That makes more sense. Yeah, that cat was certainly not happy about something. The latest scan here, still a little area of rotation now to the east of Sykes. So if you live in like central Sykes, it would still be in your safe spots, but probably give it 5 minutes and you guys can come out of your safe spots. Same with Linton and Middleton. You guys are going to come out of your safe spots as well. Folks that still need to be in their safe spots is Energy, Snell, Hurricane Creek. I am pretty confident this is going to go north of Pine Ridge, though. So I wouldn't be too worried in Pine Ridge. Let's come back over to our cameras and search around. What time is it? It is 10:09. So be a little bit before PA Storm Trackers goes live. Let's see here. Is this a camera we can watch? EMA, yes. This is a emergency management. What does EMA mean again? But it's a camera we can use that is here in, I think it's Columbia, Mississippi. Yeah, this is in Columbia, Mississippi. And this is what it looks like out there. That's my cat. Aw. Someone's arguing with the Stream Elements bot. Okay. Emergency Management Agency. Got it. You'll be live as well at noon. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Where are you chasing, Justin? Yeah, latest scan here. Still seeing some interesting features here on our map. Definitely a little area of rotation south and west of Winchester, and another broader potential rotation over there just south and west of Waynesboro. Still keeping an eye on these two little areas. Typically they don't produce tornadoes, but this is kind of looking a little bit more like a bookend vortex type storm, which that could be our legitimate area of circulation just to the west of 45 near Buckatuna. Probably heading pretty close to Waynesboro there. Maybe just south of Waynesboro. Let's check back here. Still rainy. Maybe a little bit of circulation trying to happen over here to the south and west of Magnolia. Keep an eye on those areas for a quick spin up. And still a little rotation over here just to the east of Slaughter heading towards Olive Branch. Still pretty weak though. Not only if it had smoking brisket inside. Ooh, that'd be nice. All right, guys, let me use the restroom. I drank my coffee and now it has gone straight through me in seconds. I'll be right. Wash your hands. I have alcohol pads, guys, which is better. Better than soap. Basically sterilizes your hand. This looks pretty cool. Look at that. Maybe a little bit of sun poking through here in Columbia, Mississippi. Where do I live? I live in northern Alabama. I'll do a post. Hi. I live in northern Alabama. His name is Kirby. Aw. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing Kirby, the side-eyeing, cold-hating cat. You're watching Hawaii 5-0 and me at the same time. Hey, that's the way to do it. Multitasking. You must have a little bit of ADHD. You know, our radar further to the south is indicating that this is actually the main area of circulation there near Winchester there. We come back over to here. That would technically be this circulation, surprisingly. I'm still keeping an eye on this one. This is technically our closer radar, so I'm putting more of my trust in this view of the storm. But it is interesting that the radar further away is showing that rotation a little bit further to the north. Something just to note. Your latest scan back down here, we still have a little tight, small circulation here, just to the east of Slaughter, heading up towards Olive Branch. We have family in Birmingham. Okay, well, we'll be keeping an eye on Birmingham. For now, though, it looks like it's just going to be kind of a washout, depending on just how far north this little boundary goes. Your coffee is bucked up energy. Interesting. White gummy deer flavored. You just said a lot of things that sounds disgusting. All in one sentence. I need an explanation. White gummy deer flavored. Is that a drink? Is that food? What is that? If it's a gummy and it's deer flavored, I just cannot imagine that tasting good. Deer flavored. I'm confused. There must be a typo. Hey, thank you. Oh wait, never mind. I thought that was a subscriber. We got flooded yesterday. Oh, in Chicago. Interesting. Thank you for the report. Thank you. Thank you. The latest scan up here, north and east equipment. Looks like we're losing that rotation again. And it's kind of fizzling out yet again. So still keeping an eye on it, but not looking too dangerous right now on radar. Deer jerky coffee? What is that? Deer jerky coffee? Oh, my mom's asking about this. That is not a prison. That is the a management, emergency management building here in Columbia, Mississippi. Imagine. Does kind of look like a prison. It does have those little spiky things on the fence. Watching from Mobile, Alabama. Well, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. At home, sick in Tampa, eating graham crackers. Well, I hope you get better soon, William. I really do. I got sick recently, and it lasted a little bit. So I feel you. Hi from Michigan. A lot of wind going on in Michigan. Oh, well, come over here on Weather Circle and show us a video of that. We'd love to see it. Again, this is Weather Circle. This is my app. If you guys are wanting to make storm reports or send videos or photos into the stream, we use this in order to see what's happening out there and to alert people of what's coming their way. So joining this app is very helpful in terms of helping your neighbors out and what is happening. We really want people, if you guys can, to join the app here from Mississippi or Alabama today, so that, or Louisiana or Texas, so that we can get a on the ground view of what is happening, or in reports as well, as it will be helpful down the line. So if you guys do live in any of the storm threats today, or maybe not even in the storm threats, and you just want to hang out and talk about weather, come on over to Weather Circle. Our link is in the pinned chat and also in the description of the video. We'd love to have you guys here to help us, figure out what the heck's going on the ground. So as you can see, we've had a lot of reports today of people saying it's windy, it's cold, it's snowy, which is helpful. It's more descriptive than you would typically get from a storm report. Yeah. In order to post videos and photos, though, you do have to go to your profile and subscribe to Circle Pro. But the description is only $1 to $10, so you can choose how much you pay a month, and you get all the features regardless of what price you choose. Yeah, latest scan on this. I think this tornado warning is about to be allowed to expire, and I can tell you right now, Alabama is not going to reissue a tornado warning for that as it crosses the state line. Let's come back down over here near Waynesboro, where we are still monitoring a broad area of circulation south of Waynesboro, about to cross over 45 and eventually move into Alabama. In the southern Alabama, near north of Chatham, probably going to come close to Thomasville. Back over here into southern Mississippi, not really seeing anything else there that is overly concerning right now. Looks like our storms are still trying to get a little bit more organized. Going to take a while sometimes for these mergers to kind of merge together and to cause another storm that could tap into our sheer environment. Crap took you a good week and still dealing with the lingering crap. Yeah, same. I still have a little bit, but I would say I'm like 95%. How about Selma, Alabama? Well, let's go over the latest timing of our storm real quick. Let's come over to our forecast models, HRRR. We'll do 12Z. And then we'll go over to the future radar, which is called composite reflectivity. So yeah, as you can see here, we had those storms this morning at around 6, and then those have moved up. So we're watching this little area right here. This is our little boundary that could potentially maybe bring like a conditional strong tornado threat. But mainly we're gonna have a decent amount of storms out over here, build into like parts of Louisiana as we go into later this afternoon and into the morning. Those are going to be the storms later on that we've got to watch for in the open warm sector. Now, there's not going to be a lot of forcing, so a lot of these storms are probably going to be smaller in size, and our lapse rates are going to be kind of low. But if these storms can get just the right mergers, they could become a tornado threat. But it's going to be a weaker shear environment. So let's go look at our future surface instability. There should be enough out here to support tornadoes. As you can see, we got plenty of instability, anywhere from 2,000 almost up to 3,000 into some spots, joules per kilogram down over here near Louisiana and Alabama. That is plenty for severe weather and the potential for tornadoes. Our lower level wind shear, though, by the time we get into the afternoon hours, as you guys can see, is going to be pretty weak in the east to west direction, and in the north south to north direction, you can see that it's going to be a little bit stronger, but still relatively on the weak side. Especially where those storms are, only about 20 to 25, maybe getting to 30 miles per hour further south you go. And you can see this little short wave causing some stronger shears that lifts up into Birmingham. Might have to watch for some briefer tornadoes associated with that. But generally, it's not a locked and loaded environment that we are predicting here, but it's going to be enough, to potentially, if you just get the right storms interacting in just the right way, you could potentially get a tornado to drop, or, some severe weather. So that's what we're watching for today. Those ingredients are going to come together, and we're going to see some storms fire again later on today as we go into the afternoon. And then that eventually is going to kind of fizzle as we go into the overnight hours. Our instability is going to kind of drop off. And as we go into tomorrow, as you can see, we're just not expecting much thunderstorm activity after that. Maybe a little squall line over there near Kentucky and Ashland. So we do got some folks in Alabama posting here on Weather Circle. Let's see here. By the way, you didn't guess leave a Kiwi Arts on YouTube. I did not. You're right. Hey, thank you, Braden, for joining the Weather Circle. They say, hello, Evan. Hello. Yeah, this is the cool thing about the app, is that, now that you guys are on the map, you can see, how the storms are going to be coming into your area later on today. It looks like we could have some heavier rain come up towards Braden and Night Wolf as we go into the later portions of today, about 5 to 6 p.m. And then I'm going to get hit by some heavier rain potentially by 7 p.m. Yeah, most of our severe weather threat, I think, is going to stay to the south, because you can see our little frontal boundary, at least according to our latest HRRR, kind of just stays into southern Alabama and Louisiana. So, they could probably shave the northern part of our 5% off and then just keep it down here further to the south. That's what it's looking like. Thank you, Kath, for joining as well. Welcome. Do I think Lanett, Alabama will see anything too bad? Let me see where that is. Lanett, Alabama. Definitely could get some heavier rain as we move into 11 p.m. tonight. But no, I don't think it's going to be anything bad. No, the instability will be waning. We'll have a capping inversion out there. And it's probably going to be some heavier rain from time to time, maybe a small flooding threat. You went live early. Yes, we did. Definitely feel the atmosphere is thicker. Yeah, definitely feeling that humidity out there. Is Northern Alabama safe? Yeah, I think Northern Alabama is going to be fine. There is going to be some opportunities for some severe weather if we do get these storms actually fire, but that's going to be north of most of our instability. So, maybe some damaging winds still possible, but I really do think our tornado threat is going to be more into southern Mississippi, into Louisiana and Montgomery there. Looks like it's going to last all day for some people. It is possible, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Tupelo, Mississippi. Where is Tupelo? Yeah, Tupelo is mainly going to be rain, in my opinion. Doesn't look like any storms last all the way up to Tupelo. So you're going to have, periods of heavier rain and lighter rain pretty much all day. And that should stop by the time we get into Saturday. So periods of off and on rain for a couple of days for Tupelo. Yeah, North Carolina is going to be fine as our storm moves off to the east. You see that, there could be maybe some thunderstorms over here near Winston and Salem, but, we're not really talking about anything other than like maybe a brief instance of severe, and then it just kind of fizzles. But some light rain to heavy rain is going to be possible from like really western North Carolina all the way into central North Carolina. Looks like our Angel is going to be somewhere near there by, this is 10 a.m. on Saturday. Checking in from the Triangle. Good to see you live. Weather is foggy and cloudy and hurting joints. Uh-oh. Is my location bad for storm? No, it's not, Braden. It's really not too bad. But, there could be like maybe a stronger storm, maybe try to form to your south, but I don't think they're going to make it up to you, Braden. But I would expect some lighter to heavier rain as we go into 6 p.m. tonight. Usually, LOL. Eventually, you'll be able to try out this new camera. Eventually, yes. What about New Caney, Texas? Let me see what that is. New Caney, Texas. By the way, guys, this is all happening on Weather Circle. So if you do have questions and you want to put your little dot on the map where we're going over the models, you come join us. It's Weather Circle. It's in the pinned comment and chat. It's also in the description as well. Come over here, put a little question over here in the public hangout, and we'll answer it. All right, one thing I do want to do, though, before we move on with this, is just double check in with this to make sure that nothing has changed. Yeah, they've let this tornado warning expire here, so that's good news as that moves into Alabama. South of Waynesboro, not seeing much there. Back over here, yeah, not really seeing anything that's really too concerning. Still a little area of tight rotation, though, north of Olive Branch. Still very weak tight rotation, but still technically rotation there south of Clinton that I'm still keeping an eye on. All right, let's come back over to Weather Circle. Watched last night's stream. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, no problem, Braden. Oh yeah, you're over here in UK, in the old UK. Hopefully you didn't get too much wind yesterday. How bad will it get in Montgomery, Alabama? Probably just some like heavier rain and wind by the time we get into around 11 p.m. tonight. Hello, how are we looking for Hazel Green, Alabama for tonight? Really like your weather forecasting. I put all my trust in your words. Thank you. Hazel Green, Alabama is north of Huntsville. Yeah, just making sure. Yeah. So yeah, it's going to be mainly rain. Mainly rain. The worst of it's already come through. And most of the stronger storms should die before they get to you. So we're talking about periods of heavier and lighter rain, but that's going to be pretty much it. I'm not expecting even any severe weather over there. We Met Weather says hello from the low country. Welcome in. Let me see what you got going on over here. Yeah, looks like the rain might even fizzle before it gets to you. Watching cloudy here, but sun is trying to shine. So the threat is moving more south. Yes, the threat is moving more south. Yeah, you're over there near Troy, it seems. Yeah, so what I would watch for in your area, it does look like some training precipitation could be a problem there. So I'd watch out for a flooding threat if it just rains for a long time. Did you get a cookie? If you want. Hello from Jackson, Alabama. Seems like it'll be chill here. Yeah, definitely seems like it should be. Maybe gets a little bit dicey as we get, there could still maybe be a chance for severe weather over where you're at as we get into around 4 to 6 p.m. That maybe some heavier rain and some damaging winds could be possible. How's it looking for Hackleberry, Louisiana? Hackleberry, Louisiana. Did I spell it right? Hackleberry Circle. That's in Alabama. Am I spelling it wrong? Oh, it's Hackberry. Jeez. Hackberry, Louisiana. There it is. Cameron Parish. Yeah, looks like your threat's probably going to ramp up as we go into really the nighttime hours, although there could be some stronger storms nearby you by the time we get into around this afternoon, but they're going to come from your south most likely and by around like 3 to 4 p.m. over there near Lake Charles. Let me check on, someone just said there's tight rotation here in Louisiana. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on this guy for a long time since it was over here near Slaughter, and it does seem like that rotation is getting a little bit stronger. Tighter rotation there. No debris signature yet, but it's almost at the threshold to where they might put a warning on that. So you live south of Clinton, Louisiana, I would be keeping an eye on that storm. All right, let me change my title of the video here and also my screen manually. Let's see here, there, then. Let's check over what's happening here in Columbia. Oops, wrong button. Columbia, Mississippi. Definitely seems like some sun is poking out here. I think you, Dear Leak, or Dear Lee McKenzie, for being a member for 13 months. Thank you. Woke up this morning for work and had no voice, so watching here instead of working. Hey, feel that. Sometimes you just need a day off, right? Anything for Hattiesburg, Mississippi? Yeah, I mean, you guys are going to kind of be in that zone where we're watching pretty much all day. So we're going to be keeping an eye on it. As of right now, it's just rain and showers. You guys have that frontal boundary near you. If any of these storms can latch on to that frontal boundary here early on, we could have a tornado threat there. But eventually, we're going to see more storms develop to our south if we get enough forcing. And then that'll be probably the main threat for your area this afternoon. I think Living Hope blog for the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. That's the way it should be right there. He says, despite our political differences, you are very good at what you do. You see, I don't care if you're Republican, if you're Democrat, doesn't matter. We're gonna, guys, newsflash, people have different opinions. There is so much vitriol out there right now, people getting at people's throats for their different opinions. Like, let people be themselves. If you disagree with them, that's fine. If some of their opinions are to the point to where it annoys the crap out of you, it's totally fine to separate from them. But you don't need to, get at each other's throats. Just ignore them if you really don't like the opinion. Seriously. When it escalates to the point of violence or physical threats, you've gone too far. Because it just feels like the world is going crazy right now. Like, seriously. Just getting here, can we go through the timing of things? Yeah, we just went through it. We can go through it more broadly again. So here's the southeast. And yeah, so we've already had storms happen. We're going to get more storms back over here in Louisiana and Mississippi form later on today. As of right now, our main tornado threat will be along this boundary right here. And then later on today, it will shift more to the south here into the Louisiana and southern Mississippi as these storms try to develop. We could have a couple storms that get enough mergers to kind of cause some severe weather out there. So make sure that you guys are weather aware and also maybe a tornado threat as well. So make sure you guys are in the know when that does come through. For most of everybody else at around this time, there could be some instances of severe weather up there near Columbia, but I think the tornado threat's going to be relatively low up there. There is going to be a little bit of a short wave here, so maybe a brief tornado can't be ruled out to the east of Columbus into central Alabama, just south of northern Alabama. So that's a little thing we have to keep an eye on. The chances are pretty low of that, but it's always something. A 2% chance is not 0% chance. And as we go into tonight, things are really going to get more disorganized. Our storms are going to be left behind by our low pressure system up here. Our shear is going to go down. So it should mainly be just showers and a couple of instances of severe weather as we go into the late night into Saturday. And then tomorrow, again, kind of the same thing, maybe some low end instances of severe weather, going into like southern Georgia there. That's the latest timing there. Olivia's asking if anybody wants a cookie. It's a valid question. No current, not current, but yesterday night we had some thunder snow. Heck yeah. You get a video of that? What about Meridian, Mississippi? Meridian, you know, if this warm front stays to your south, which it does seem like a lot of our models are indicating, it could be more of a severe threat rather than a tornado threat. So we got to watch where this little boundary right here sets up. If it goes all the way up to Meridian, then we're going to be a little bit more concerned about a tornado threat for you up there. But if it stays down to the south, it's mainly going to be like down here in this area where we see a lot of our tornadic activity. It really depends on how much this little boundary moves. Montgomery, Texas is starting to sprinkle and the clouds are starting to get dark. All right. Thank you for the report. Huntsville, Alabama should be mainly rain. Maybe a small chance for severe weather as we get later into the evening at around like 6 or 7. But it does seem like it dissipates before it gets to us. But you know, it could be at least a little bit windier up there near Huntsville. It is raining. Thank you for the report, Colt. That is a report just east of Coleman and south of Huntsville that it's raining. It's raining here as well. I'll make a report. It's raining in northern Alabama. And my dog is sad. Post. Bentley said, got cloudy fast. It do be doing that. Morning. Thank you, random guy, for subscribing. What time do I think the storms? Oh crap, that reminds me, I forgot to turn it on freaking subscriber only mode. Whoops daisy. I don't know why I keep forgetting to do that. What about Mobile, Alabama? Mobile, Alabama is in the area where I'm going to be a little bit concerned about today, but it just, you know, really depends on where the storms fire. It's going to be pretty hit or miss, but I would be weather aware for some tornadic activity and some severe weather activity. All right. I also drink a lot of water with my coffee today, so it looks like I got to use the restroom yet again. So you guys entertain yourselves over here on Weather Circle while I'm gone. Well, let me leave the radar up at least down here so you guys can see it while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Looks like we got a video from Mama Fry from Miramar. Let's give it a watch. It's raining. This is in northern Alabama as well. Thank you for that report. That is helpful. Looks like your pond's about to overflow there. Might have to save the fish. Thank you for sending that in. That is Mama Fry there. That's my mom. Montgomery is starting to get some thunderstorms and it's getting windy. Yeah, let's check over there near Montgomery on the radar. Oops, gotta stop this. That should automatically stop. Gotta fix that. It says waiting for rain and snow in Montgomery. What? Looks like y'all's radar's on clear air mode. Not seeing any rain for y'all's area. Thank you for the report. Looks like Livia says she is freezing. Looks like you and the cat are both giving the weather a cold shoulder. Glad to see so many folks in Alabama. Looks like we are getting some heavier rain there south of Coleman, about to move into Albertville and Gadsden. Montgomery, Texas is starting to get dark. The first thunder is trying to roll in and starting to get windy. Yeah, let's check over here in Texas. Oh yeah, over there near College Station. Looks like some storms are developing. And heading up to the north, yeah, they're near Montgomery, Texas. Yeah, storms are trying to develop there. I thank you 318 for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm the only one in Louisiana. Yo, somebody join the app that lives in Louisiana so Bentley's not all alone over there. It's like your radar is in clear air mode up there in Shreveport as well. I thank you, Cinnamon Girl, for becoming an EF3 member. Thank you. That's a huge pledge of support. Huge shout out to Cinnamon Girl. Thank you. What about severe weather for Dalton, Alabama? Where is Dalton? Isn't that kind of near Montgomery? Covington County. Yeah, south of Montgomery, near Andalusia. Yeah, it looks like you guys are in a marginal risk for today and a little 2% tornado, but I wouldn't be overly concerned, to be honest. I think by the time we get into the nighttime hours, the environment's going to be way different. Sun and clouds in New Orleans, Louisiana. Thank you for the report. Let's come back over here to our... Actually, we don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning right now, so let me take this off, actually. There we go. Yeah, let's come back to over here and check in. Yeah, it looks like this little storm here near Clinton never... or lost some of its rotation. Never produced a debris signature, so that's good. Lost some of its rotation. Come back up a little further north. Not really seeing anything over here either. We do have some heavier rain coming into Jasper, Warrior, also over there near Albertville and Boaz, and some heavier rain back over here near Demopolis. But that's about it. This is what it looks like over here into Columbia, Mississippi. You can see some clouds off in the distance. Yeah, Chattanooga will be okay, yeah. Oh my gosh, Dave. TMI. TMI. Thank you, Grudge, for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. Raining like crazy in Hattiesburg. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about some local flooding in Hattiesburg for sure. You have to pay for Weather Circle. There are free things to Weather Circle. Like the radar is free. Some of the model variables are free. You can't post photos or videos unless you do pay, because it takes up a significant portion of memory. But you know, the cool thing about Weather Circle is that you can choose how much you pay a month. You know, if you don't have a whole lot of money, you can choose $1 a month. If you are rich and you own Bentleys and Ferraris and Lamborghinis, you can pay $10 a month. It really is just up to how much you can afford. You know, so we make the whole app available to everyone, no matter what your financial situation is. So yeah, you can choose $1 or you can choose $10 or you can choose 5 or 6 or 7. Just depends on what you feel like you can afford. But yeah, you can do that by going to your profile, by clicking on profile on the top of the header and then coming over to Circle Pro, clicking on that, and it'll give you an option to choose the price that you want. And you know, also, if you're feeling generous, you should also be able to, yeah, you can also gift Pro for $5 to people. So Braden over here does not have Pro. If somebody wants to gift Braden a Pro subscription, you totally could. And thank you, N5KDA, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. You missed the beginning of this. Jackson, Mississippi will be under the gun today. No, Tennessee, I don't think is going to see much other than rain. Let's pull up the MRMS radar for now so everybody can see their storms. Getting tornado weather again. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens today. It's going to be one of those days where we're either going to see nothing or something. To be fair, though, we have already gotten 2 tornado reports today. And look at all these wind reports we got last night in parts of Illinois. Got a little windy over there. Delay report, the emergency manager had 4 poles down and snapped just west of Minor on Stringtown Road. We just got a new post over here from, looks like Gulfport, around that region. Really enjoying this Weather Circle app. It has great potential. Thank you. I think it does too. You know, once we get enough people on this app, we will have so many storm reports, we won't know what to do with it. And thank you, Olivia, for posting. Where in the heck do you live? My goodness. Jeez Louise. Oh, this is over there in Toronto. Look at that mountain of snow there. You can almost name that as a mountain itself. My goodness. Like you guys have been doing a lot of, looks like you guys have been doing a lot of what's it called? Shoveling lately. Southern Dad says spinny wind can stay away. Yes, I agree. New watch appears possible. All right, let me see if I can get that. Is that a new mesoscale discussion? I'm not seeing it. Is that one that just released? Help. Okay, yeah, new mesoscale discussion was just issued. I don't have it on my end yet, but I will show you guys when it comes out. We have a special weather statement for gusts of up to 50 miles per hour, so I'm not sure why we didn't get an advisory instead. Yeah, I'm not sure on that. Toronto makes sense. I was going to guess Michigan or somewhere near it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the cool thing about this app. You don't have to live in the United States to join it. You guys can make weather reports back over here in Europe. If you live in Africa, you can make weather reports. We got somebody that joined yesterday that lives in Brazil. It just got really dark for everything in Montgomery, Texas. Just do you want? Just do you want? What? Am I reading that correct? Texas, just do you want? Maybe a typo. You can edit that message to fix that. There should be an edit button underneath there. Today's a wannabe December 28th, 2024. Could, yeah, it might be. It is. I will say that we do get these threats a lot down here in the southeast, where we have lower lapse rates and then just nothing happens. You are from the Netherlands. Well, welcome. Welcome. Make sure that you allow your to be shown on the map, a public profile. Oh my gosh. Your best friend's cat. What happened to his eye? Aw. Looks like he's still a happy cat though. That is a very unique looking cat. Those eyes are just so contrasting to its fur color. Reminds me of Lord of the Rings a little bit. Working on a tall crane tomorrow in Knoxville. I know it's going to get rain, but I'm unsure about the wind. Yeah, I could get a little windy over there. Oops. Didn't mean to switch over here. Wait, that should have been here. I don't think I showed you guys the cat. There we go. That's the cat that Olivia sent in. It's getting kind of windy outside, says Martin. That is out over here. Wow. Near Antwerp and Brussels in the Netherlands. Yeah, I would say. I mean, I'd love to see a video of what's happening over there. That looks like a snow hurricane. Something crazy. Look, that's a crazy look on that. Anything big coming for Knoxville, Tennessee? No, just some rain. Just some rain and some wind. New sub from Sarnia, Ontario. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Toad Man. Oh, an infection. Aw. 133 mile per hour wind gust last night in France. Holy moly. I know this cat is like literally, I can pet the cat. I can get it right. Hey. He's a good kitty. Oh, he's a good kitty. Hey, why are you spamming? No spam. Try again. You were hoping for some snow here? Yeah, Braden. I think everybody in Alabama would be fine with just an inch of snow. Netherlands getting the storm. The UK had 123 mile per hour gust recorded. Holy crap. Hey, that storm meant business. You're back. Is Eastern North Carolina okay? Eastern North Carolina will get a decent amount of rain. I would watch out for that. All right, let's go check back in on our high definition radar back over here just to make sure that we're not seeing any rotation. There's a little bit of broad circulation over here near Silas, Alabama. Silas. Some heavier rain still trying to approach Montgomery, north of Birmingham into Gadsden. Still some pretty heavy rain up there. It looks like these storms are a little bit piddly diddly. A little rotation over here near Sand Hill, Mississippi. I'll have to keep an eye on that area. And then back over here, still a little tiny area of a new tiny area of circulation here, just to the north and east of Zachary, Louisiana. And then back over here near Lafayette, still looking pretty good in terms of rotations. No severe thunderstorm warnings right now. When is the start time for this? Well, what we're watching for right now, so if we come over here to our mesoscale analysis, you can see that we do have this little boundary here. So we have some winds going up from the south right here in Mississippi, and then we have some winds coming out of the north in central Mississippi. And right on this boundary, we're watching for some brief spin ups. But yes, later on today, we will get more instability and we will get stronger storms potentially to fire in kind of like southern Louisiana going into southern Mississippi. But you know, the further south this little boundary, it really hasn't budged since we've been live. If it just kind of stays here, our tornado threat might be relegated to mainly like southern Louisiana, southeastern Louisiana, going into southern Mississippi and southern Alabama. Really just depends on where our boundary lifts to. Moderate risk of excessive rainfall in Alabama. Yeah, let me bring that up. I haven't talked about that yet. So in terms of the flooding threat, we do have an excessive rainfall hazard. Let's see here, day 1. Ooh, not that. Where is it? Excessive rainfall. There we go. Yeah, we have a moderate risk for flooding here near Columbia, Hattiesburg, Meridian, Livingston, and Etowah, with a slight risk extending all the way from central Louisiana, west or northern, eastern Louisiana, going up into pretty much almost all of Alabama, minus like Dothan, and then into parts of Tennessee and Georgia. So a flooding threat could be possible. Watch out for some flooding. Tomorrow, not too bad, but today's going to be the main day where flooding is possible out over here near Meridian and Brookhaven, also Etowah and Livingston. Thank you, Edge of Sanity. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about the spam. It logged out and started pressing it. Huh. Interesting. 1 inch more, like 6 inches of snow. Yeah, we'll see about that. If you could note the worst day ever it recorded in recorded weather history, what would it be? I think 2011 was pretty bad. I mean, we've had some really bad hurricanes as well. It's hard to pin one down. I'm not really a weather historian, so there's probably a lot of things that I would miss commenting on that. Maybe this will get us out of the drought we've been in for months. Hopefully so. I think we are going to have PA storm trackers live soon, maybe. Are they still scheduled for 11? Oh, no, they changed it to 12. Bummer. All right. And they're probably just waiting on the storms. Look at this over here in Columbia. We actually got a view in Mississippi of one of the storms out there. It's not letting me change my name in Weather Circle. It should. Tornado water spout and golf court today. I would definitely say to watch out for that kind of stuff. I do think it's possible in Gulfport. I think this is because that little frontal boundary is north of you. I do believe that if some storms can fire and mature in your area, there will be a tornado threat. I would say Hurricane Katrina is up there with one of the worst, at least in recent history, impacts of a hurricane. Also, Dorian, Hurricane Dorian, although not a United States impacting storm, potentially killed thousands of people in the Bahamas. I think it was Dorian. Was that Dorian? Is that the right name? That one category 5 that just sat still for the longest time? By the way, guys, all of this is happening here on Weather Circle. You can join Weather Circle by clicking the link in the chat and also in the description. It's my new app. What the heck is going on over here? Is this a separate language, or did you just... Man, this cat Does not like the cold at all. But it looks like he's getting a little bit warmer, maybe a little bit happier. Maybe a little bit happier cat there. Oops. Thank you, Olivia, for sending that in. Anybody have a rabbit to post? I guess this is a animal sharing cat and also a storm report cat. Or app, not cat. Dorian was a true disaster. Yeah, that could have been one of the worst hurricanes we've ever had, but I really do feel like the death report was the death reports were well underestimated out of that area. There's probably in the thousands. Oh, there's a rabbit. Now you got all kinds of animals, Olivia. It's a little rabbit. Cute. Is it a rabbit or a cat? It's kind of hard to tell. It could technically be both, but judging by the ears, it looks more like a rabbit. I like your beanie. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're in kind of a quiet period of our storm right now. I'll let you guys entertain the chat for now. I am going to make a quick breakfast. It'll take about a minute. And thank you, Illicit Peach, for becoming a Windy member. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. Hey, who stick bugged us? Olivia, what are you doing? You just stick bugged all the chat. You guys just got stick bugged. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good. It's like someone posted a goat too. Someone has a goat in their house. Thank you, Debbie, for reporting. It says they say, or double, sorry, says it's currently partly cloudy and the temperature and dew point to both 67 degrees. All you've got is stink bugs? Oh, no. Oh, no. Someone said 67. Go ahead, get it out of your system. We're about to figure out who's 12 years old in chat. Go ahead, start spamming it. You know you want to. There it is. There it is. They just can't help it. Yeah, thanks a lot, Double A. Thanks. What is this? Oh, I don't think you meant to post that. Whoops. Thanks for giving us our moment. You're welcome. That was your time to shine, and you guys did not disappoint. Kids these days, hey, man, they're just being kids, man. We had our stupid sayings too, like 69 and 420. You have 20 goats? Jeez Louise. Sharing my old man of a cat. Aw. Your cat definitely looks wise and old man like. But look at this zoomed in photo. That's the look of, you don't know what I know. You haven't seen what I've seen. I've been on this earth a long time as a cat. That's what I look like when I just wake up in the morning and there's a tornado warning. I'm like, fudge. Such a rush to get ready. And it's hard to do when you're tired. All right, let's come back over to our high definition radar for a second. Let's see what's happening over here. Hey, looking pretty good. Still a little area of some weak rotation there. Yeah, no storms firing really in our warm sector, but according to our models, it's going to be these kind of storms later on today that could become our tornado problem. Near Columbia, still got a pretty cool view near Columbia of a little bit of storm clouds approaching. Some heavier rain might come close to Columbia here in a little bit. Thank you, Abba. I appreciate that. We don't see a great tornado threat later. Yeah, the thing is I think the thing that's going to be in question is one, the forcing for a lot of today, and also the lower level lapse rates are really low. Can those recover even with all this cloud cover out there? But I mean, even with lower lapse rates, if you have a lot of mergers, which we should have today, you can still get a tornado. You love this channel? Thank you. I appreciate it. What is this? Huh. Okay. Oh, look at this. We got more puppers. Looks like Lewis in Sandersonsville, Mississippi says there's a few branches knocked over, but not extremely severe. Hopefully this helps. That does help. Thank you. I do appreciate that report, Lewis. Oh my gosh. Everybody's getting in to share their photos of their pets. Zooming in to see y'all's pet's face is hilarious. Your cat looks like a butler. Jameson, can you please get me a scotch and a cigar, please? Oh, yes, sir. Fine, sir. Yes, I will go do that for you right now. Also could be like a 007 type cat. James, his name is Cat Bond. The name's Bond, Cat Bond. Here's a nice photo. This is like professional. Look at that. Professional dog photo. I don't think I've seen that before. Thank you for sharing. And then we got this photo of a little pupper with it looks like a Christmas stocking. No. Little sweepy, getting warm on a blankie. It's like Bentley says, so warm, the squirrels are already back out. Yeah, I've been seeing more bugs. Don't like that. Miss Wiggett says it is cloudy over here on the border of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Oh, and there's a Chihuahua as well. Cute. Thank you for sharing that, Bella. It's storm reports and pet report app now. The app's identity has changed. Do I think Central Alabama will have a tornado risk in the overnight hours? It's possible. It really, really depends on just how far north this little boundary goes. If it goes all the way up north towards like Montgomery, then yes. If it kind of stays down here to the south, potentially Southern Alabama will mainly just get rain. Is that your starfish? Look at that little thing. What about Dothan and Headland? Yeah, Dothan is in one of those areas that we're going to be watching for today, as that boundary is already north of you. It's going to be pretty hit on where these storms end up going, but eventually you will see some, most likely some severe weather and maybe an elevated tornado chance, depending on how our storms develop today. Again, one of the things that we are watching is going to be our lapse rates today. Our lower level lapse rates are actually improving here into southern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. We actually do have 6-degree lapse rates now down here, so we've got to watch for storms firing down there. Another one of our fail modes is going to be where our forcing is. That's where these pink lines are. This kind of forces your storms to fire, and if you don't have any in that, it's hard to get mature storms even with 6-degree lapse rates, and that's why we're not seeing anything right now, because our forcing is well up to the north and not down here in Louisiana. So if we don't see that forcing show up, even with these lapse rates improving, you know, we're probably not going to see like a tornado activity down there or anything. So really just monitoring the environment, Imagine a photo of my pet budgie bird. Okay. Oh my gosh. Avril Lavigne. Yeah, try not to post like anything copyrightable on this, please. Morning, Evan. Morning to everyone in the chat. Thank you. Good morning to you as well. Hopefully everybody is having a nice morning. We've had a couple of tornado warnings this morning so far, but it is turned pretty quiet. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings right now. We have been periodically checking back in though, just to make sure that nothing has changed over time. And so far, so good. Still not seeing any dangerous rotations here or in Mississippi or Alabama. Nothing over here into Alabama there either. We do have a lot of rain over here near Gadsden though, and just south of Huntsville, and some more rain coming for Marion and Selma, potentially even some thunderstorms there heading into Demopolis and Linden, although none of these are severe warned at the time. We are expecting some more severe warnings later. Also back over here in Texas, we are starting to see some storms get their act together. Over here near Anderson and Navasota, this will be mainly a severe wind threat and maybe a hail threat as it moves into Huntsville, Texas. Yeah, overall though, pretty quiet, other than some rain. Whereabouts do I think the biggest tornado threat will be? I really do believe it's going to be like southern Mississippi, like Baton Rouge over there near Louisiana. But that is if we can get that forcing to appear and we start to see some of these storms actually mature. What would be my most favorite song in the moment? Don't really have one. But there is one song that particularly gets stuck in my head, which is okay. What is that? I don't know if that's appropriate. I'm going to delete it, but it could just be because I don't know what that means. But that just didn't seem appropriate there. Let's see here. It just shot up to 77 degrees, looking ominous here outside of Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, you guys actually had a tornado touchdown not too far away from you guys earlier this morning at 6:30 a.m. near Forest Grove, Mississippi. But you know, as of right now, you guys are removed from the worst instability, and you know, there's not really many storms nearby you right now, but there are, you know, maybe something could track close to you here, some rain, and those might get a little bit mature later on. Thank you, Napoleon, for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, for the folks that are tuning in, this is our severe weather risk for today. I do believe our worst severe weather risk might be a little bit further to the south, at least our tornado threat. Wind threat, though, could still spread up into central Mississippi and Alabama. You're located in central Maryland. As the rain heads towards Maryland, when will that be accompanied by the heavy winds and then the central plains have been dealing with? Oh, okay. Central Maryland. Let me see. Yeah, back over here. Yeah, we can look at our models really quick and see what the wind will look like. Thank you, Where's Roger? I appreciate that. Let's see here. Yeah, we can look at the wind gusts. Well, without that context, Olivia, it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, not looking super windy. Could get windier as we move into like Sunday morning. We could be talking about, let me get this out of the way here, anywhere from like 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts near you. Very hot in Mobile, Alabama, 76 and sunny. Well, I'm officially moving to Mobile. See y'all later. We going to Southern Alabama. Oh, that sounds so nice. It's starting to get colder again today, unfortunately, in northern Alabama. Not excited for the cold to come. Slide flooding is starting to happen. Okay, thank you for the update. No problem, Bella. Thank you for coming into this app and helping us with storm reports. And apparently animal reports. Your sister made a cosplay? She made that? That's kind of crazy. You want warmth? Me too. Braden, we got it. We got to move down to Florida or something. Would I chase this threat? Nah. No, a lot of these storms are just gonna be like so rainy. Like even if they're like, even if there is like a tornado, you probably wouldn't be able to see it too well unless you had to get really close. And I'm not one of those kind of chasers that likes to get close to rain-wrapped tornadoes. That's her brand. That's pretty cool, Olivia. I'm not gonna lie. That takes a lot of talent to do something like that. I usually don't call setup slop, but this is not a great setup whatsoever for a 5% event. So yeah, you know, I mean, I agree. There's a decent amount of failure modes for today. I'm not super confident that we're gonna see like a super active tornado day, but things could technically line up. You could make the argument that if enough stuff lines up, you could get some tornadic activity, but really just depends on a couple of factors. You know, you need that forcing. We have enough instability. Instability is not going to be a problem, but you need that forcing, and the wind shear is going to be dying as we move throughout the day, especially in the area where the most instability is. So we might get storms to fire, but they might be more of a severe threat rather than a tornado threat. But I could still see like some brief tornadoes happening today. It do be raining right now, says Southern Dad. Thanks for letting us know. It do be raining. Might do my first chase this year. I'm going to do it on a low end data. That's a smart idea. Just get used to, you know, chasing that. I would do that for a lot of your first chases, and then move your way up as you get more comfortable in your forecasting and in like navigating the roads and picking your, you know, escape routes and all that stuff. Skip Talbot's got a lot of good videos on that. Ethan Mority has some good videos on that. I would definitely encourage a watch. You love weather? Me too. 85 degrees? Jeez, where do you live? Can you send that up here? Chaser Coasting is a great service too. Yeah, that is Convective Chronicles that does that, or Trey, and then some other people as well. Remember when I found that camera that got 0 metered by the tornado? Oh, you mean the one that hit that truck? You love cats and weather, so this is a great stream. We got it all, folks. We got it all. Waiting for our storm chasers to go live. I'm not sure. I feel like storm chasers, this could be an event that like storm chasers bail on their live streams. So we'll see. I do want to see if Pagey Tornado has scheduled a live stream yet. Yeah, they're going to be going live at 2 p.m. Got a tornado and a traffic cam in Texas. Oh, wow. You would love the weather more if you had a storm shelter. Yeah, I feel that. It definitely makes the weather more enjoyable when you have a storm shelter. Because then you feel safe. Rob McBay is live. Oh. We can use him. He is live. Thanks for letting me know. I almost forgot about him. We do have a storm chaser that is live, apparently in South Mississippi. Let's get him set up here. It's like his feed is struggling right now. But he's behind the severe storms. Gotcha, gotcha. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. Come on, why is the chat not loading? There it goes. All right, so this is Rob McBay. He is a local Northern Alabama chaser, and he has made his way down into Southern Mississippi. We will be coming over to his feed when it works to show you guys what's happening in that area. Make sure you're not behind on stream. Yeah, make sure you guys are not behind on the stream. Sometimes YouTube can get behind. Bentley says weather. Okay. Whereas I in the path of any storms on the 2011 outbreak, I was a couple of tornadoes got pretty darn close to me. I lived in the southern Madison County, and the Hackleburg tornado that ended in northern, I think it was northern Madison. Can't remember if it tracked into Tennessee or not, but I think it ended in northern Madison, and that knocked out power for my area for 5 days. One of my best friends from school, we're talking about, we're taking a walk, small bridge near college and elementary school, and the water there is at a high level. It could possibly be a river flood if the rain instigates more. Okay. Where is that, Lewis? And thank you, Aislinn, for saying hi. Welcome, and welcome to Weather Circle, folks. We're hanging out over here on Weather Circle until we start getting more warnings. If you want to come join Weather Circle, it's a map-based social media weather app that is also really good for making storm reports. If you have anything to report, it's great to do that. The chat message pinned in the chat has the link, or you can go into the description of the live stream. Come over here, join us, so that we can see your guys' reports. It's near Hattiesburg. Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you want to have your post show up, make sure you turn that ability on in your profile page. You have to go maybe refresh the chaser feed. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like he ended his stream as soon as we tuned in. Well, we lost our storm chaser. Just like that. All right, let's go check back in on our high def radar here to make sure nothing has changed. Ooh, a little bit of a circulation trying to happen over here near Greensburg. Keeping an eye on that area. Nothing concerning yet, but just keeping an eye on it. And we are seeing some storms try to fire here near Franklin. Not mature yet, but these will be the ones that can kind of come up into this area right here. It would eventually be something that we have to worry about. And we have some storms also firing near Bogalusa and Summerall that we need to watch to see if they can mature enough before they latch onto this boundary and potentially cause maybe some spinning there as well. You can see a low end tornado threat or tornado or two, but nothing major. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking for today. This is about your app development. Do you use Firebase for your story? Yes, I do use Firebase. Yep. Am I able to use Ryan Scholl? He's live. I can use Ryan Scholl. It's just expensive. So like, if need be, we will use them, but we'll have more affordable chasers on later. So I'd rather wait for that while they're, you know, if we have like a tornado on the ground and he's chasing it, then we will definitely go and check it out. It's a gray hen over here in Ontario, it seems. Just got a photo of the snow on the ground there. Looks like a couple of inches. That's a lot. You know, I say don't send the cold down here, but if you're going to send the cold, send us a little bit of snow like that too, to the South United States. We'll take it. And thank you, Emily, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Turned 19, and honestly, I love weather stuff, and thank you for what you do. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for joining the app, Lewis. Really do appreciate your guys' reports on these apps. You know, they kind of seem insignificant now, but let me tell you, when it's an intense situation, like if we're in a tornado outbreak, this app is going to be one of the best sources for figuring out what the heck is going on out there. So just wait. All right, see you, Jason. See you later. Thank you for tuning in. Field trip to the kitchen, taking y'all with me. Uh-oh. You gonna start cooking? What you cooking? Don't make us too hungry. Utah native says, I found an undocumented tornado in Yellowstone a couple weeks ago. It happened in 1992 and was likely F3 plus strength. Oh, wow. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you, JB. We got it. Couple tornadoes now possible. Yeah, a couple tornadoes could be possible. Yeah. Well, they upgraded tomorrow to a slight risk as well. Yeah, so this is that mesoscale discussion we were wanting to talk about. Some threat for locally damaging wind or a tornado may continue through the late morning into early afternoon. So there is still technically a threat out there. Watch probability is at 40% right now. I mean, you just got to upgrade to a slight risk for tomorrow. Let me see what the details are on that. Oh, wow. There's a little 5% tomorrow near Demopolis, Thomasville, Monroeville, Montgomery, Selma, Clayton, Alabaster, and Alexander City. I think we'll have to be live for that, unfortunately, there. No hail risk and a little bit of a damaging wind risk as well. Couple tornadoes. Just posted a picture of our grass in eastern Ontario. Is this you? Yeah. Yeah, we just looked at it, Teresa. Or Teresa. Really hate when someone doesn't listen to you when you have a decade more of experience and they have none. Why do people work that way? You know, honestly, I wouldn't bug yourself about it. If you know you're right, you know you're right. You don't need to argue about it. It is not on you to convince somebody to learn what you know. If they're open-minded, go for it. But if they're just arguing nonstop and you know you're right, it's always good to just walk away from the situation. Couple trees down in Redwater, Mississippi reported. Thank you, Kevin, for that report. Why waste your energy? Exactly. You could be focusing on way cooler things. Weather power? What is weather power? Don't know what that is. Speaking of storms documentaries, the only storm that I experienced was the February 10th, 2013 multi-vortex tornado when it happened in Hattiesburg. Oh, wow. I was only 6 years old when it happened. It's a really good documentary to watch. What is that documentary called? Why did tomorrow change? We can look at the forecast models for tomorrow and try to figure that out. Oh, what did I do? I somehow just froze the app. Oh no, it was fine. I just wasn't patient. All right, forecast models. Yeah, there's one thing to watch out for. Clicking too many buttons at the same time can cause it to freeze. All right, let's see here. So tomorrow we'll do, we'll start off with composite reflectivity. It's your app you made, weatherpower.app. Interesting. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. It's called Real-Time Tornado Alley in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Got it. All right, so let's go look at tomorrow's forecast. So we're gonna have our storms come through today, and then yeah, tomorrow could potentially have still this, like, yeah, it looks like this little frontal boundary is gonna stick around for a while out here. Going on to Saturday, we're gonna have to do the 12Z again for tomorrow, which might not be as accurate, but let's check it out. I mean, there's gonna be some rain and showers out there. If they can mature, you know, we could see the potential for something. Let me look at our 850 millibar winds. Yeah, a little bit. There is a little bit of lower level shear there, so I can see what they see. It's probably going to be pretty similar today. Yeah, with that boundary really denoting where the tornado threat could be, with the cape to its south and the instability to its south. But yeah, you could definitely make that argument that, you know, that we could have a day similar to today. You know, main question will be what are the lapse rates going to be, right? Are they going to be really low again, or are they going to be slightly elevated? Those are the main questions. Thank you for checking it out. It's been cooking. Keep cooking. You just fixed the Alabama cams. Oh, really? Do they work now? Can you send me do I have to re-download the app? The whole real-time tornado series is a banger. Let's be real. Real-time tornado. I don't think I've seen that. The documentary on the Hattiesburg tornado is from the Weather Channel called Storm Stories. Okay. Background music makes me think I'm watching a whale documentary. What do you mean? How? A whale documentary. What? All right, let's go see if we can see anything interesting on our cameras. We've been looking at this one for a while. Looks like there is a flash flood warning out over here. Redbird, did you fix this warning issue or no? Can we click on the cameras on the warnings? Just wondering. Would really love for that ability, because if there's a tornado warning and you can't click the camera to watch what's happening, that does become an issue. So it is definitely still a little bit rainy there in Hattiesburg. Or cloudy, I would say. Probably might be some weather happening on this camera. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll check that out after the stream. A fry bot? We are not doing a AI bot, sorry. What about this? This one might have something interesting on it. Yeah, some rain and a subway. Remember when Subway was like a place you actually went to eat? Y'all remember that? Back in the day? What else we got going out there on the weather world? Might be able to see some sun down here, maybe. No, that's not working. Could be some weather on this camera. Oh yeah, look at that. Subway was so 15 years ago. Yeah, I know. I haven't eaten there in so long, and every time I have in the past, there's like nobody in there but me. Too bland and expensive. Man, everything is getting expensive. What is up with that? I mean, I think I know what's up with that, but man, it is bad, guys. It is bad. A Whopper meal at Burger King is $13. And that's in Alabama. A hard taco from Taco Bell is like $2.99, I think. $2.50, something like that. I missed the dollar menu. Is a highway robbery, right? McDouble is like $4 now. Yeah, and it's got less meat. Long live the dollar menu. I know when I was younger, my dad used to come home with, he would be like, I'm going to go get a bag of burgers. And he would spend like $5 and come back with 3 double cheeseburgers and 2 McChickens. Back in my day. And now if you have like $6,000, that's like gone in like 3 months, maybe even 2 months. It's just expensive out there, man. It's stressful. It's terrible. Hey, you know, listen, would I recommend eating fast food every day? No. But, you know, it used to be a cheap staple of the American, of America, but now it's just, it's expensive. Oh yeah, way cheaper to cook at home, but still more expensive than it used to be. I wouldn't really say it's like, if you are like a Gen Z or like Gen Alpha, like you got to think about it like this. The employment prospects for you are extremely depressing. With AI taking a bunch of jobs. It's already taking jobs, and like the whole work your way up to the top thing is about to become non-existent because you won't even be able to get hired at the bottom because an AI will be doing that job. So, I mean, I don't blame them for being depressed and not wanting to work or not being able to find work. It's probably not that they don't want to work. It's probably because it's really hard for them to find a job now. I mean, they're going to college. They've gotten into college debt. And then they get out of that and see that AI is in the process of mastering their job better than they ever could. That's not good. I feel bad for them. Apparently, we could have some rotation. Oh yeah, look at this. We do have some rotation developing here south of Darlington. Uh-oh. Is that a tornado? No, that looks like some clear air there. That's a weird signal. That might be contamination there. But there's also this little debris signature here, but there's no reflectivity under it. So I don't think that that is a tornado. Yeah, a rotation would pop up back here. You got a little mini supercell, although I would really like to get a view on this storm to be able to confirm what it's doing. I don't think that's a tornado, no. And I don't think that rotation is super legitimate either. Let me just make sure all of our frames are lining up. Yeah. I think we do have some contamination with this one. But who knows? Maybe that rotation is actually there and there's just no precipitation around it, or very little. I don't know. We would need to be able to see a camera view of what that storm is doing. But it is an interesting storm for sure. Is there actually tornado damage reported in Mississippi or not? I don't know. I haven't seen any posts of any damage from those tornadoes earlier. There were 2 tornado reports. Yeah, latest scan is still showing some side lobe contamination, it appears. At least the best that I can tell by radar. There was damage to roofs in Laurel on Highway 51N. Okay, thank you. After it passed through St. Louis, were there any tornadoes? No, there was no tornadoes. There was a tornado warning, but I don't think it produced according to our storm reports. But there was a lot of wind reports in Illinois with tree limbs down. There was actually a semi blown over near Bondville, Illinois. We had 45-mile-per-hour winds near Lisbon, Illinois. It was pretty windy in Chicago with some 52-mile-per-hour winds near Navy Pier, Illinois. Sporadic damage reported from Hillsborough area all the way to Montgomery, Shelby, Christian County line. So yeah, a lot of wind reports out of the Ohio Valley. And these are our storm reports for today. We haven't had too many, but we did have 2 tornado reports. One in Kokomo, Mississippi, and another one in Forest Grove, Mississippi. Yeah, we can't use Vince Welty. But he's got a pretty cool project he's working on. He's like releasing soundings into the atmosphere. I think that's really cool. Or dropsons, not dropsons, weather balloons. Do you ever wish to be famous? No. I'm happy where I'm at, honestly. Last time these storms finally reached the East Coast, we had crazy wind. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case this time. We don't have a lot of gradient winds with this storm. Something with technology when you watch him. Yeah, he's like a little science. He's a little science nerd. Little geek. He's like a little engineer. It's just freaking awesome. We need more geeks. If you're ever thinking about becoming a geek, I support it. I will endorse your geekiness. It's funny to see when the balloon screws up. Yeah, it's kind of like making a, literally anything. You got to start somewhere and then you got to slowly figure out where all the bugs and all of that is. Hey, thank you, 10 Racing. Hello again. Hello to you. Last tornado season, if I remember right, he was putting a ton of probes in the path of some of the monster tornadoes. Yeah, he was doing that as well. Yep. He's doing that this year, and he's launching weather balloons, which is really cool. Getting soundings and atmospheric data. Maybe storms over here near College Station are getting a little interesting. Not any severe warnings out over here, but some pretty heavy rain near Huntsville, Texas. That's going to be moving through Huntsville and Riverside. Let me check the VIL on this storm. Not quite severe yet, but it's getting there. Yeah, watch out there in Huntsville, heavy rain. Then it's going to be going into Riverside eventually, and Trinity, and then Groveton. Vince reminds you of with the goofiness. Yeah. This app right here is weather-wise. This app over here, which is my app called Weather Circle, is for like storm reports. You can also monitor radar. We have level 3 NextRad data on this too, so you can see, you know, almost real-time radar imagery for your area. We have weather warnings, models, and all of that. So if you want to join it, the link is in the description and also in the pinned chat message at the top of the chat. What is the tornado potential for Montgomery, Alabama overnight? It's a 5%. 5% tornado risk. Yeah, as of right now, it's just a lot of rain. Rain is the big issue out here. We've had a couple of areas of rotation try to pop up, especially one that we just saw back over here. That was probably a little side lobe contaminated, but that's like really the only thing we've seen with any thing for the past couple of past hour or so. We do have some stronger storms trying to develop out over here near Payne Courtville, which we might have to keep an eye on later if they can mature enough. There are some decent lapse rates in here. If any storms can mature and tap into the shear environment, it could be some of these that's down over here near Franklin, and they're going to be slowly moving up to the north and east eventually into other parts of Louisiana. Let me see if we can get these on a camera here. I know we have Louisiana cams. LA 1. There. So right here would be the closest to that. You can kind of see it in the distance there. Not a live camera. Are any of these live? Where are all the live cams at? I know there's some live ones near Baton Rouge. Oh, never mind. I just missed the show video. The show video is in the top, not on the bottom. Hold on. There it is. You can kind of see that storm that's developing near Franklin. It's a little windy down there in Louisiana. Time for lunch? Yeah. Probably going to take a lunch break here shortly. What do you get with Weather Circle Pro? All the models. You get storm reports. You can post photos and videos. And And with Weather Circle Pro, you can, it's anywhere from $1 to $10. Don't pay anything more that you can't afford, right? If you got money, feel free to do the $10 subscription. If you don't, feel just as free to do the $1 subscription. You choose the price and you get all the features. Have I seen the result of Storm Goretti? Not yet. I mean, I've heard some crazy reports, like 133 mile per hour winds being recorded. Someone in chat came in here earlier and talked about it. Yeah, 134 miles per hour. That's crazy. Yeah, there is some rotation near Liberty, but it's just a lot of it is side lobe contaminated. There's probably a little bit there, but just not as much as being indicated. Reddy was crazy for southwest of England and the Channel Isles. Yeah. No kidding. Do you think the new slight risk and 5% tornado risk issued that Alabama will see something more severe and flooding threat tomorrow? It'll be pretty similar today. Today's threat will definitely dictate what tomorrow does. If we get a lot of rain, because there's a lot of rain already falling out here, the lapse rates will be pretty low tomorrow. So we're probably going to run into the same issues that we had today, but they could improve throughout the day and eventually see those lapse rates get a little bit higher. And then, your tornado risk will go up. The same thing is possible today as well. How hard was it using Firebase, for instance, like communicating with Firebase to send, delete, receive, etc.? It's pretty, honestly, it's pretty straightforward. It's just making sure that you have all the appropriate thing like Firebase rules, storage rules, to make sure that the app can do what you want. Because, if you're running into like authentication errors, you have to deal with all of that. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You just got to make sure you do the due diligence and make sure you have everything set up properly, like your schedulers and make sure that, you're not choosing options with way too much gigabytes or CPU, because that costs a lot of money. You got to make sure you're looking at the metrics of everything and making sure you're choosing the right settings for it. Max wind gust may have been recorded on an overexposed station. What does lapse rates mean? So essentially lapse rates indicate how much the atmosphere is warming throughout parts of the atmosphere. So we'll come back over to here so I can draw. So basically, if you're looking at the Earth like this, you got the air goes up and then here's the ground level, right? And so basically, if you are, if you're in the lower levels of the atmosphere, right, the hotter it gets. Well, actually, do I still have that program that I made? Don't think so. But yeah, basically, you're, let me try to find it. Hold on. This is so much easier to understand, the demonstration thing that I made. If I can find it, that is. Here it is. So basically, here's your atmosphere, right? On the bottom where it's red, right? If the lapse rates are low, that means that the temperatures are pretty similar on the bottom of the atmosphere and the top of the atmosphere. And if a little piece of air tries to fire in that, it struggles to get up there. But as you make the lapse rates higher, you can see it gets colder at the top. So let me bring this down just a tad. You can see it gets colder at the top in comparison to at the bottom, right? So when I launch a parcel, it goes up faster, right? And so it's basically just the gradient, the difference between the temperatures aloft and below. And the more extreme that gradient is, like how it's a lot colder up at the top and still pretty warm at the bottom, the stronger your, or the faster your air parcels can rise in that environment. And then when it's super stable, it just doesn't rise. So that's why lapse rates are important, especially in the southeast. If they're just too low, it's hard for storms to mature as their air parcels are struggling to rise. Thanks, Jeff, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Affected by higher precip storms with cool surrounding air more. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's why the lapse rates are colder today, is because we've had a whole lot of rain and that cooler air spread into the surface here, and that has lowered our lapse rates. But we are seeing some heating happening, especially over here in parts of New Orleans. If we go to the satellite, you see there is some sun poking in and some thinner clouds out here, allowing more heating to hit the surface, which is increasing our lapse rates a little bit, which is why we're kind of watching, storms like this with a watchful eye, just in case they can mature. And, if they do become severe or strong enough to tap into the shear environment, you could see, some tornadic activity and some severe weather. So we're in a kind of a lull right now. But later on today, we'll definitely be watching storms that form down here. Is it 12 o'clock yet? It is technically 12. Did PA storm trackers go live yet? They are live. They are in Bogchito, Mississippi. Listening to them real quick, see what they're chatting about. Yeah, no problem, Lori. Thank you for tuning in.
Our manager Casey is looking into the whole Apple versus Android membership fees. We're gonna get back to you.
Sometimes yes, Gabriel. That can be what it means. Yes.
Hey, Project Mezzo, welcome in. Kelly, the OG. She tested positive.
Yeah, 75 degrees down there at the Gulf. It is kind of warm and crispy out there. I'm gonna get some water real quick. 1 second.
Sure give you a lot of warning. Kelly's gonna veg out on the couch and watch us.
Sounds like a good plan. Great day to do it. Right on. 1 second. 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 1
special weather statement put on it. That made our decision which direction to go for now.
The special weather statement, I believe, has expired.
Oh, okay.
I think it has, yeah.
Well,
It's
that's
still got a lot of lightning, though.
Yeah,
so.
7 minutes. Yeah, the lightning's not quite. We might get there. We're gonna get there.
We might drive right into it.
Ew.
So far, this has been one of those ones that's a pain in the butt.
Oh, you're talking about the membership thing. Yes, I appreciate that, Twister. We're definitely looking into it. It might be something to do with if you pay with your Apple Pay. If you have a credit card attached to your Apple Pay, that might be what the issue is. I don't, and Apple is actually putting a fee on that or tacking their 30% on or whatever, but we're going to look into it. Well, Casey's going to look into it for us because he's amazing.
So, real quick here, Mom.
Okay, Kim.
There is storm starting to develop down by Los Band right now.
Okay.
Okay, help. I'll check it out.
On that. That might be our guys later.
Wow, look at this camera in Mississippi. Is it over? No, it's just taking a break. We're gonna have some storms fire. They're starting to fire right now, but they're not like mature storms yet. So we're just kind of in a little bit of a lull period in terms of the severe weather activity. Yeah, let's come back over to here. Let me turn this off. Where is it? There. Go. And then apparently there's a storm over here in Texas that might be severe. So let's check in on that. Not quite, at least in terms of hail. Let me check the wind. Yeah, I can't tell. On the wind's not too high, not necessarily severe yet. Vertically integrated liquid, not really showing quarter-sized hail yet. Oh, a bit further west. Oh, okay. Oh, back here. Oh yeah, these are more elevated storms back here. Not much of a tornado threat, but it could be a hail threat. We'll check this. Oh yeah. Yeah, this storm. Yeah, I see what you're seeing. Yeah, south of Hamilton near Evant, Texas, could have some quarter-sized hail falling near 84. So that might get a severe warning here in just a little bit. Heading up towards 36 north of Gatesville, Texas. Could have some quarter-sized hail in it already. Thanks for pointing that out, Help. Likely producing some strong wind gusts and potentially some small hail. Let me see. Bella. What'd you say? Bella Rose, Louisiana? Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that. We should be able to get a view of it here shortly as it comes close to Highway 10. We do have some cameras out there. Just curious, when you're reading Doppler return, what tips give you the size of the hail? One is environment, the lapse rates. Like what kind of environment do you have around the storm? And also, vertically integrated liquid can give you an understanding. Like once it hits, I forget what the measurement is. Yeah, once it hits like around 77 kilograms per meter squared, that indicates that you have a pretty decent updraft, and that usually supports. That's usually what the National Weather Service will kind of be like their criteria for issuing like a quarter-sized hail storm, especially in a storm like this that's in like an elevated environment. Could definitely be producing some quarter-sized hail with that kind of updraft. Also, you can look at the dBs. Once you get up into like the 60 dBs, above 55 dBz, you probably have hail in the storm. And we got 65 66 DBZs on this guy right now. So definitely some hail falling in that one. Justin is live. Okay. We got another Storm Chaser live. Let me get them up. That's Rain Dancer Media. I think that's what they're called. Rain Dance. Go to the YouTube. And Rob McBay is back live as well. I'm struggling to find. Yeah, thank you. That'll help. Or can you, Blondie, link me their channel in chat? I'm struggling to find it. I haven't looked up their channel in a while. I see the new outlook for tomorrow or for today. Baseball sized hail. Yeah, I mean, when you have like DBZs like up in the 70s and the Vils maxed out and you're in an environment that supports it, that's when you start to get that really large hail. But, you know, you're typically looking for a low freezing level so that the moisture in the storm has longer to freeze, and also lower level shear. The stronger your lower level shear is, the more likely the hail gets flung out of the updraft before it has time to build into like a bigger hailstone. It's Wind Dancer Media, right? Wind Dancer. Yeah, it is. All right, I think I should be able to find it. Yeah, I found it.
So if you guys hear us,
They are in Mississippi, it appears. We'll put that here. And then we have Rob McBay as well, who I will put here. 1 second as I get all of our Storm Chasers present. Oh, wow. He's got an interesting
Hey,
view.
what's up?
Y'all got intel or y'all just think?
I think that's just scud and steam rising from the forest, though. It doesn't look like those cloud masses have any really rotation to them.
You talking about this right here?
Yeah, this is a wall cloud. So that's the tail end of that. We got a drone up in the air.
Oh, okay.
Where are they at?
Have y'all had any? I saw y'all get off the interstate from the north. Y'all had anything up there?
Man, we've busted pretty much all morning. I got
This car is blocking
Jackson around
the
3
view of
a.m.
the
and
storm
crashed for
here.
2 hours when I woke
Where
up.
you live?
Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so
That's what it looked like earlier before the car pulled up.
tornado warnings towards Hattiesburg, and I was like, dang it. I knew I shouldn't have went to sleep.
Franklinton, which is just east of us here.
Yeah.
Parish over. It started. You can see the swirling. You know, on the weather report.
Yeah.
I woke up this morning, so it's like,
Yeah, we've got a better chance this evening, and I mean, y'all are right in the gun till into the late night hours.
hey, you know
But
what?
we'll be here, so
Tornadoes were never heard of here years ago,
really.
and all of a sudden, like,
Do have a rotation there. I do want to
it's
get.
crazy. The climate's been nuts the past 2 years, especially down here in Dixie. But yeah, we're streaming into the WeatherWise app and on Ryan Hall, so we'll be down here. So if anything touches down, hopefully we'll be on it.
I do want to put him here, actually, since he's got a storm on stream. There we go. Yeah, we do have an area of rotation here just north of Hattiesburg that is starting to rotate a bit here near Easta Bunchy. If you live near Estabucci, south of Ellisville, I'd be keeping an eye on this storm as that rotation is starting to pick up here. You can also see it on this radar as well. So 2 radars confirming that we do have rotation developing. Probably not strong enough for a tornado warning yet, but Mississippi has been issuing tornado warnings for rotations like that today. Oh, it looks like Rob has another view back on this storm here. Does anybody know where Rob is?
I think it's just steam and scud rising out of these trees. It's really hard to tell on this little bitty screen, but if it is anything, it's consolidated right there, but it's not spinning or anything. So right now I'm pretty confident that we don't have a tornado, but we just have this wall cloud.
Is he near Hattiesburg?
Nice to meet you. I'm never
Rob,
playing on
Storm Chaser
TikTok.
Rob, appreciate it.
I know who you are. I was like, yes, I think I know who you are. I was like, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, just a little wall cloud right now, not a whole lot. So it's
That
real
is
messy.
cool.
Oh,
Really
yeah,
messy.
look on weather-wise.
I've seen a few different POVs with this before, so that's pretty cool.
Just got this huge rain shaft on the north side, and so if there's anything off the leading edge of that anvil, we won't really be able to see it right there.
Be rain ramp like crazy.
Yeah.
Rotation.
The road networks here suck.
They're terrible.
They suck, dude.
Yeah. Well, see you guys out there.
Yes, sir. Good luck today.
Stay safe.
Yes, sir. You too. Never stop chasing, brother. Let's get the bird down. Let's go back. north.
Okay, he's in Kentwood.
I think so. I have no idea.
He's in Kentwood, Louisiana. So he's not in Hattiesburg. He's near Kentwood.
Look at that. Look, is that a helical vortex right there? Yeah.
He's near this storm right here. It does have a little bit of broad circulation there, but I think he's looking at this portion of the storm here. And thank you, Ashton and Admiral Trench, for subscribing. Check to see if we have any reports here on Weather Circle. So we have a couple new ports. Someone says there's a bit of rotation near Mississippi. Okay, and we just looked at that. Ashley says this app is impressive. I love it. It has all the things. Yay! Thank you. Jay Walter says, "Hey Evan, go to Hattiesburg, Mississippi." Yeah, we're checking out. We're checking it out. We're checking it out. Thank you, David, for the report. David says snow's melting and causing light flooding over here in the Netherlands. So watch out if you live over there in the Netherlands for that report. Looks like Rob McVay is on the move. Check out this storm on the left side, though.
Stay on that state line. East.
Let me get this camera to be Louisiana. I want to monitor the Louisiana storm with that camera there. This one down here near Baton Rouge. Yeah, I'm gonna want to like use a camera like this. Once that comes into view, that will. Oops, what'd I do? Actually, let's just look around. Yeah, we'll use this camera. There we go. Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. That cracked windshield is so Mississippi, yeah. Yep, I got a cracked windshield too on my car, but wasn't caused by hail. It was caused actually by the changing temperatures. But yeah, this little storm near Donaldsonville is maturing and it's actually developing some rotation now. Just to the south and west of Donaldsonville. So if you guys live in Donaldsonville, keep your eye on this storm here in Louisiana. We've got that one and this one over here near Hattiesburg that is definitely worth noting, just to the south of Ellisville. Definitely a pretty decent area of rotation there still in that storm. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning with that eventually. Looks like the weather is getting a little bit more active again. Did they ever issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm yet? They still haven't issued it yet, but there's definitely some hail in this storm south of Hamilton and probably south of Goldthwaite there in Texas. Let's go back in and check in with Rob McVay. Yeah, Rob is awesome. He's from the South too. He's literally like not my next door neighbor, but he lives close to me.
Yo, dude.
I saw him when Reed Timmer came into Huntsville. I saw him there.
People are dumbfounded, dude. They are dumbfounded.
Back from eating some wings from the gas station. Oh boy, that's an interesting place to get wings. Any updates for Hattiesburg? There is some rotation to the north and east of Hattiesburg that we're watching right now, but that is moving away from Hattiesburg.
We're on the back side. We're looking north.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on his feed. He is Rob McVeigh right now. It looks like PA Storm Trackers is near Macomb, Mississippi, which is just north of Rob. Yeah, he's on this storm right here near Kenwood. That's what we're looking at there. And then we got this storm over here north of Hattiesburg that looks like it's tightening that rotation a little bit. We might be getting a tornado warning here shortly over there near Oak Grove, Johnson, and Lanham, just north of Hattiesburg. That'll be heading up in between Laurel and Waynesboro if it continues on its current trajectory. Definitely an interesting looking storm. I do want to check back down on this storm near Donaldsonville. Yeah, still an area of some rotation here north and east of Payne Courtville. Yeah, a couple areas of interest right now. Nothing too crazy, but that one near Hattiesburg might be pretty close to a tornado warning. Did I say Macomb, Mississippi? Yeah. Macomb. There is some rain. That's where PA Storm Trackers is right now. I think they're trying to decide where they want to go. I think if this storm continues to mature, this could be a problem down there north of Thibodaux. Thibodaux? Is that how you say that? Near New Orleans. Yeah, there's some little pop-up thunderstorms happening there, but none of them are maturing yet. This one back over here, we're waiting to get a view on it. We can kind of see it via this camera here, which seems to have gone down. Let me fix this really quick. See if we can get like a south-facing camera. It's going to be crossing by a lot of these cameras here in a little bit near Donaldsonville in Louisiana. But it's an interesting view. Something back in there. That might be one of the storms out in front of it. But this one right here, it looks like to be getting impacted by some of the rain from this storm. You can see that rain is moving in. It was this one. This one might eventually give us a pretty good view. Some rain and fog is also moving in onto this camera as well. Thibodaux. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're monitoring a couple of storms right now. But I think the one that is probably closest to being tornado warned, if it keeps that rotation, is this one just north and east of Hattiesburg, where we have an area of rotation trying to solidify here. Still a little bit on the broad side, but you can definitely see we got some reds going in this direction, greens going in this direction with a little bit of broadness with some grays in between, but still some decent rotation going near Union and Oak Grove, Mississippi, south of Laurel. Might be able to get a view on that storm. Let me switch over to here and get my cam program. Shoot, where would it be? It would be in Discord, I think. Would be in Discord. 1 second. No, that's not the right one. I'll come back to here while we wait. Trying to find my most recent cam program. or not my most recent, Redbird's most recent cam program. I think I downloaded it recently, actually. Let me check this in my browser. Yeah, there it is. I found it. Okay, so I'm gonna put that here and let it load. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, latest scan on this storm here south of Donaldsonville. Still an area of some rotation, slowly moving up there. Again, not super strong, but keeping a close eye on it. And we are continuing to monitor this storm over here near Hattiesburg, which still is showing some rotation near Union, Mississippi. That is the latest out there on our latest scans. Thank you, Clay. I appreciate that. Let's come back in here and see if we have any reports from Weather Circle. We do not. Guys, if you live in Mississippi and Alabama, where some of these storms are, come join us on Weather Circle so we can see your storm reports. The link is in the pinned chat message in chat and also in the description of this live stream. Click on it and come join us and post whenever you see or notice something when it comes to the storms. It will help us report that out to the rest of the folks that are watching. And you never know, your storm report might save a life today if things get serious. So please consider joining Weather Circle. It's my app, so you'd be supporting me as well. Hello, hello. You live in Macomb, Illinois. Oh, interesting. Love that it's chilling here. Yeah, we just chill. We don't like to get people all worked up when nothing's happening. We'll, you know. Are we safe in Enumclaw? We have to get horses in a safe shelter. Let me see where that is. Enumclaw. Is that Mississippi? No, is that Louisiana? What state is that? Washington? Yeah, you're safe in Washington. Okay, looks like we got some new scans in. Yeah, still not dangerous rotation with this storm near Donaldsonville yet. And then back over here near Laurel. Yeah, still keeping an eye. This tight rotation south of Ellisville. Keep a close eye on that area. Let me see if I can get a camera out over there. There is a camera near Laurel. I can't really see much from it right now, though. What's gone on with this camera here? These cameras in Louisiana keep glitching out. I don't know why. Hey, we are starting to get a view a little bit of that storm that is over Donaldson right now. That's it off in the background. So we will, it looks like we're going to get a close up and personal view of this storm that is forming here. What weather app do I use? I use WeatherWise and Weather Circle. How's the Weather Circle app performing compared to expectations? I'm not going to lie. When I thought of the idea, I thought it was $1 million idea. I know it's not going to hit that immediately. But I mean, the fact that people like it, I am not surprised. I expected that. You have to pay to join the app. There are free features when you join. You can look at radar, you know, next rad radar, all that kind of stuff. You can do models, some model variables for free. You can text chat for free, but you have to subscribe to Circle Pro to get the pictures and the video to be able to post those, because it costs data, and to get all the models. But you know, if you don't have a whole lot of money, it's fine, because we have a slider. So when you click on Circle Pro on your profile, you can find that here, and it'll be over here. There's a slider. You can either pay $1 a month or you could pay $10. It all depends on how much money you got in your bank account. So, you know, and it's an honor system. So you get to choose. You know, we're not doing any bank account checks over here. So, you know, if you don't have a whole lot of money, but you still want a fully fledged weather app, you know, click on Circle Pro and click $1. If you're rich and you own a mansion and you know, you fly a private jet everywhere, pick the $10. You got money to spare. What if you're rich and you spend $1? That's up to you. You can do that too. You can do that. If you hate the app and you don't want to support it and pay $1, you totally can. No one's gonna judge you. All right, latest scan out over here. Looks like our rotation's getting a little bit broader, which is good. Still a little bit of a tighter circulation though, south of Ellisville. Still not seeing a debris ball. Still don't have a tornado warning on this guy yet, but we're keeping a close eye on that. Other than that, not really seeing too much more. We are starting to get more convective initiation though, back out over here near Lafayette and Abbeville. So these storms back over here, these are going to be the ones that we watch for maybe a greater tornado threat. Something a little bit more intense. Make sure we're current on that. Perfect. What's Rob doing? Like he's in bad service. Wind Dancer Media appears to be in bad service, but he looks like he is repositioning as well. Ever caught a tornado on camera? Absolutely. We've caught a lot on camera. Probably over 100. Are we looking at any bad weather in Brandon, Mississippi? It really depends on how far north this little boundary goes, but there are going to be some elevated storms fire here that could have a little bit of a damaging wind and hail threat. But the tornado threat will be along this boundary and to the south, most likely. So it really just depends on how far north this rides. If it stays right here, your tornado chances will probably be pretty low. What do you mean weather circular? It says weather circle. Hattiesburg rings a bell. It sure does. There it is right there. Yeah, but it looks like we just got a severe thunderstorm warning on these storms that we've been talking about. Just was issued out over here into Texas near Hamilton in Evant. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are expected as that moves up to the north and east. It is moving to the north and east at 40 miles per hour. So it'll be near Hamilton, south of Hamilton, and just a little bit here in Texas. Oh, wow. There's that storm in Louisiana. You can now see it on the left side. Look at that. Actually has a little bit of a lowering there under it. Oh. I see now. Let me fix that. Thanks for bringing that up. There we go. And that it's probably like that in the description as well, if I had to guess. Yeah. All right, I fixed it in both places. Oh, what happened here? Let me refresh this camera. Oh yeah, look at that. That's that storm in Louisiana that is near Donaldsonville. It's heading towards I-10. Oh yeah, yeah. That storm near Donaldsonville. Help just said that this storm that we're looking at right here on the terminal radar has some stronger winds, and that is true. An RFD is starting to surge on this storm, so we might get a severe storm tag on this storm here in a little bit near Donaldsonville. Quite the lowering there. There is. Yep, we're looking at the mesocyclone. This camera is kind of perfectly positioned here to capture where the storm would be rotating at eventually, where the mesocyclone would form. You can kind of see a little bit of a curl in there too. Check on radar in this exact spot. Yeah, that's where there is some broad rotation on radar with this storm. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at that broad rotation. Should get a really close-up personal view of this little mesocyclone as it continues up to the north and east towards I-10. It's going to be making a close approach to Marpaz, Louisiana, which is just west of New Orleans. Have you caught any car wrecks on video? Kind of. So we caught a tornado, I think it was in Iowa, and the tornado actually hit a semi-truck live on stream. It was terrifying. The good news is that the person survived. But yeah, we saw the truck drive into the tornado and it got flipped over. So we did see that. Can I zoom or pan? I can zoom, yeah. But it makes the video quite grainy. Some flash flooding appears possible in Grooveton, Texas, says help. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's this storm right here near Donaldson. You can see there's some broad circulation. Our camera's located right here in this area, and it's looking out in this direction. So we're seeing that mesocyclone live on stream here. It's not very strong rotation, but we're monitoring it there on the ground. We also have these storms forming back over here near Abbeville that we're keeping an eye on. We have a storm north and east of Hattiesburg that's been exhibiting some rotation there. We haven't seen any debris signatures there yet, but that's moving to the east of Laurel. And those are the storms that we're currently watching. Now, in terms of severe weather, we do have a severe storm. Actually, let me turn this on. We do have a severe warning out over here in Texas for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading towards Evant, Texas. North, it'll either go just north of Evant or right over Evant. This is a view of a storm on the Mississippi-Louisiana border. And yeah, you can actually see some sunshine coming through here. So the instability is probably going to start to build out in front of these storms. You can see that there is a little bit of a storm over there on the left side of the screen there. And that's the latest out there. Nothing super pressing, but definitely a couple of things to monitor. This is up here in Macomb, Mississippi. This is PA Storm Trackers. They're waiting for some more storms to come. And then we've got this guy back over. Is that Scud back there? What is that? I think that's Scud. Then we got Scud rising into the bottom of our storm. Could be like steam as well. Kind of looks like there's like a little plant back there. And this is near Donaldsonville. Still not a whole lot of rotation. It's still pretty weak. I think there's a camera near that bridge. We might be able to get a closer view of what that is. Hold on. I think it's this camera. Oh, this camera. Can't see it. I think it's entering on the right side of the screen. Oh, wow. Look at it now. What appears to be a lowering underneath our storm here in Donaldsonville. I'm watching for movement. I'm not seeing a whole lot of movement in there. Let me go back to that other camera because that could be what we were looking at here. Oh yeah. Oh wow, look at this rain coming in. Actually some decent winds. See, we're starting to see those winds that were showing up on that terminal radar. They're actually decently strong. This storm might be pretty close to severe in terms of its wind potential heading towards I-10. Yeah, you see that bridge that we were just looking at is off in the distance there. And this is the storm that we're looking at on radar. See, there's not a lot of rotation. There is a little bit of a scuddy lowering under it. And we also got some mergers coming into this storm as well, which will help, probably help the storm organize a little bit more. But so far, not seeing any tornadoes. Not seeing anything tornadic with any of our storms right now. But we're keeping a close eye on a lot of them. Also, we got a storm over here near Ellisville that still has rotation just to the south and east of Ellisville. Now just to the south of Laurel, about to move in between Laurel and Waynesboro, probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Still keeping an eye on that area. And still no debris signature, though. All right, let's check to see if we have any reports out of Weather Circle. We do not. It's quiet. Where's everybody at? We got anybody in Mississippi and Alabama that's got anything to report yet? I guess there's not a whole lot of severe weather, so probably not a whole lot to report. Well, I'm gonna go fishing before this small front hits. See you later. See you, man. Good luck. Hopefully you catch something. And check if there's any threat for Brookhaven, Mississippi. Sure. Brook. Oh, I see it all on the map already. Yeah, so your threat's going to be coming from these storms on the boundary and whatever forms down here as well. If this boundary can move north of you, which it looks like it might, eventually, then yeah, that's going to be where when your severe threat and tornado threat is going to increase. And your threat's probably either going to come from a storm that's latched onto this boundary or come from a storm that is down here that will eventually move up into your area. So I would definitely be weather aware there in Brookhaven. That's fine, Tornado Explorer. Here's a view from Rob McBay. See what he's talking about.
Sounds like you're dying.
It looks like they're talking about Donaldsonville as well. I do believe that's probably where our greatest potential for like more discrete cell is. Lower chance in Loganville, Georgia, but I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some damaging winds. Not really too confident about your tornado threat, though. Is that a dog? Look at that dog. There's a dog on the screen.
Really hot, really fast.
You're in New York City. No wedges on the ground here. That's good. Thank you for reporting. I think the only wedges you guys are going to be seeing are potato wedges. Maybe a wedgie. Maybe a wedge of pizza.
Probably so, dude. They're everywhere.
When there's an actual wedge on the ground, you got to pronounce it with the WH. You got to say wedge.
Kind of stinks, yeah. Now there's.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, there's definitely something there.
Yeah, this is a storm out over here on Franklinton. This is near our warm front, which is why he's sitting right here. Could get a storm that could mature and latch onto that and maybe become tornadic, but so far we haven't seen that kind of activity for a while. This is another example of that, where we have rotation still south and east of Laurel. Still keeping an eye on that area. Not tornado warned yet, but there is still some rotation right in that area, which is where you would expect it. So it's in the right place of the storm, so we got to keep an eye on it. Okay, I do want to move this camera near Donaldsonville really quick. Might have to take it a little bit further back this way towards Laplace, or like here. No. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera like in the sweet spot here. Oh, wow. Look at that sun popping up there. Yeah, it's getting sunny in some parts of Louisiana, which means that the instability in those lapse rates are definitely going to increase out in front of this storm. I think this storm is going to have a pretty good shot at some tornado genesis, that there's still some wind shear down there. I got to keep a close eye on it. Yeah, it's a little bit rainy of a view here, but we'll keep an eye on this camera for some wind. Wish we had a chaser out here. There's a little scraggly storm developing north of Laplace. Can we get a view on that maybe? Maybe from like one of these cameras. Nope. Okay. We'll just keep it on this one for now. All right, let's come back over here and check in on this severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, where we still have some hail falling near Evant, Texas. Again, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are about to blow into Evant. Please continue to be indoors and away from windows. It probably got about 5 minutes before that storm really starts dumping down over there. Latest update on the storm in Donaldsonville. Looks like it's going through a merger right now. So that's going to probably disrupt its tornadic ability for a little bit until it completely ingests that merger. I'm going to check on these storms from this radar. Yeah, still looking good over here, but they are trying to mature there near Lafayette. Was in a tornado warning this morning in Carthage, where a tornado was reported. Yeah. Yeah, we had a tornado report back over here near Jackson, near Forest Grove at 6:30 a.m. The tornado debris signature near Matlock Drive and Highway 43. Like someone saying, flash flood warning has expanded for Covington, Jefferson, Davis, Lamar, Lawrence, and Marion counties until 3:30 p.m. Let's go check that out on WeatherWise. Seeing it there. It's not showing up. Weird. Let me check Radar Omega. I still don't have freaking borders. Yeah, there it is. Radar indicated here near Prentice, Collins, Bassfield, and Summerall. And more rain appears to be on the way as well. So that flooding could get worse. And probably going to be getting some flood warnings over here near Laurel and Rainsboro eventually. Flash flood warnings are in storm-based warnings, not hydro ones. Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you. There it is. Yeah, there's that flash flood warning for Monticello, Prentice, Bassfield, Collins. Expires in 3 hours. So if you live near like a river or a little creek out here, I would definitely be monitoring its levels in accordance to you. If it gets higher, seek higher ground for sure. Why does this keep turning off? I don't understand. Switch to here, and I switch back. Okay, it's still there. Is Champaign safe? Are you talking about Illinois? If so, yes. What do you think is the percentage of catching a tornado on a live camera? In this area, pretty high. Given the fact that we have so many cameras near Hammond and also near Donaldsonville. It just really depends on where it happens, where our storm chasers are when it happens. A couple factors, but we catch a lot. You know, usually when there's one, we find it. We also have other storm chasers we can use. It's 80 degrees and it feels like 85 in New Orleans. Wow. Yeah, it's hot. That is hot. It looks like the storm is kind of fizzling here as it interacts with this merger. It seems like these storms down here are struggling. Let's go investigate what the atmosphere is looking like right now in that area. Yeah, that instability is picking up. 3,000 joules per kilogram where those storms are right now. Lower level lapse rates are increasing. I'm wondering what our forcing is looking like. Yeah, still not a whole lot of forcing down there. That is what is keeping these storms from really getting their act together. Very minimal forcing. You see there's no pink lines around here. We have forcing over here. We have forcing back over where those severe storms are in Texas. But no forcing down there in southern Louisiana yet. Very minimal forcing at least. So although a lot of our parameters are there, let's also look at our lower level winds. Yeah, our lower level winds are weakening quite substantially as well. We're only dealing with around 25 knots of shear. And it's pretty unidirectional, pretty parallel. So not too bad of a look, honestly. forecast said like 2,300. So it is overperforming a little bit in terms of the instability and the thermodynamics, but definitely needs some more forcing down there. It's in Port Vincent now. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you can see we got some heavier rain over here near Gadsden, east of Coleman, and also just a decent, there's a lot of rain out there. That's the main story right now. A lot of rain. Looks like we got a wind report not too long ago, 8:49. The EOC reported roof damage at a business on Highway 15. All those were like in the morning, where we haven't really seen much, as you can tell by our storm reports. We haven't really seen much in like the past 4 hours, it seems. Started off with some tornado warnings, and then it's been pretty quiet. Where's the worst forcing? So all the forcing right now is, we'll come back over to here so I can draw. I do want to add a pen to weather circle. So our forcing is right here. You can see where a lot of our rain is. That's where our forcing is. Aloft, but down here in near New Orleans, there's like none. So these storms they're firing, but they're struggling to mature, which could be good news. That lack of forcing might lower this threat out here. So that's what we're hoping, but you can still get enough mergers. You still might get a storm that becomes tornadic. But again, the wind shear is pretty weak out here. Only 25 knots. That's not that much. That's on the low end. Is the hail threat still there in Texas? Yes. Yeah, we still have this storm over here south of Hamilton heading towards Cranfield's Gap. Still with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading up towards 36. Might be a little bit bigger than 1 inch hail. North of Evant. Probably going to come very close to Canfield's Gap if it continues in strength there. Prediction for today. My prediction is that it's going to be a sporadic day. It's going to be a sporadic day. We're going to have brief instances of elevated activity and longer instances of times like this, where just there's not a whole lot of storm reports. There's not a whole lot of storms happening. And then like every now and then we're going to see something try to do something. I think that's how today's going to, I think it's going to be a pretty slow day, personally. Without that forcing these storms down in Louisiana, there's just no area right now where everything lines up perfectly. Who do I like in NFL football? I used to like the Falcons, but I don't really watch NFL football anymore. I'm more of a college football kind of person. Am I close to the storms? No, I'm in northern Alabama. These storms are coming a little bit closer to Hammond. Let me see if I can get a camera in Hammond that can get us a view. A whole lot of street views. This one might show the storm eventually. What is forcing? Is that similar or related to lapse rates? Not really. So forcing is just essentially, it's in the upper levels of the atmosphere. You know, when the winds are going in the same direction, there's like very minimal forcing. But if you get winds going like this, essentially what it does is it creates a kind of a void, or a kind of like a vacuum or a lower pressure. And air has to rush in to fill that gap. And when that air rushes in, that's when you see a lot of this convection happening. So, you know, if you want storms to fire and mature, usually forcing helps out with that. Lapse rates help out with that. You kind of need everything. You need the lapse rates, you need the instability, the storm food, and you also need that void so that the storms can initiate and fire and mature, you know, in an area of lower pressure. And, you know, right now we're not really seeing that too much here in southern Louisiana. We do have showers and thunderstorms out there, but they're struggling to mature, likely due to that lack of forcing. You're in Denham Springs, Louisiana. Clouds look gnarly, but so far so good. That's good. You know, it's the area to watch is further south than anticipated. Yeah. This little frontal boundary here, kind of like a pseudo warm front, just hasn't moved. It's kind of like a stalled precipitation front. It is slowly moving to the north now, though. You can see it is migrating. So again, that tornado threat will increase to the north with the movement of that boundary. Probably not going to get any tornadic activity to the north of it. All of it's going to be to the south. Typically how these type of events go. Divergence, yes, that's what that means. Or it's also could be called diffluence, aloft. Isn't it the case that forcing can come from other sources? Yeah, it can come from like temperature changes. Like a cold front can cause forcing as well. Confluence can cause forcing, like if you get a confluence band. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're keeping it on it with this storm. Just a little new update to the warning, actually. North of Evan, still heading towards Cranfills Gap here in Texas. Sitting in my broadcast meteorology high school class, watching your channel on the big screen. Really? Y'all better behave, or I'm going to send you to detention. Let me know, Cajun, if anybody needs to be sent to detention. Because I'm not afraid to dish out some detention. You see any spitballs? Let me know. Any inappropriate fart jokes? We're going to get it. You guys are going to get thrown into detention real quick. What else happens in high school? Any bullying is double detention. I got bullied so much in high school. To all the kids watching that currently get bullied, just know I was bullied a crazy amount in high school, and look at me now. Look at me now. I was short. That's why I was bullied. I was like 5'2" all the way to my junior year. And the jocks got a kick out of that because I tried to play football, but I was too short to fit into the pads. So I'm not saying it was deserved, obviously, but looking back at it, I definitely got a little bit too emotional. I cried in class once. Someone took my Green Day CD, music CD, and they scratched it in class to piss me off. Yeah, I couldn't fight back. That was the problem. But you know, once I got into like my junior and senior year, it lessened as I learned to become more of a shadow. They scratched my CD in plain daylight. I was like, wake me up when September ends. Yeah, champagne is safe. I wanted to check in on this area back over here near Waynesboro. Still seeing some rotation, but we're pretty far away from the radar here. So a little bit of a glitchy, contaminated radar signal, but it's still there. It's still worth watching it, technically speaking, but it's not as concerning as it was. Back over here near Tylertown, still not concerned about these storms. That's the storm that Rob McVay is looking at right now on the bottom left. And then back over here, I mean, look at this. These storms are really starting to fall apart. They tried to get mature, and now they're kind of becoming a mess. So maybe we have to shift our attention a little bit further to the west here. But again, that wind shear is just so weak. Actually, a little bit of rotation on this storm just to the north and west of Abbeville. Not very strong. See, the reds here are pretty muted and the greens are pretty muted, but there is some weaker, tighter circulation north and east of Kaplan, moving towards Maurice. You were a hacky sack kid? No, I was not a hacky sack kid, no. But my friends were hacky sack kids, yes. I did play hacky sack a couple times, but it wasn't like my whole personality. I'm loving all the rain in North Bama. Feel that, I feel that. Luckily, you didn't become a serial killer. Yeah, I guess, yeah, luckily. That's usually, by the way, that's usually not the outcome of bullying. 99% of people that get bullied just are still regular people when they grow up. But yes, bullying can cause extreme mental stress and really push somebody to their limits. But yeah, I mean, people just called me short and scratched my CDs and drew on my shirts with Sharpies. My hydrating, yeah, potentially too much. I have to pee. Okay, latest scan down here in Kaplan, that rotation has fizzled. It was weak anyways. Yeah, I'm wondering, I mean, these storms look like storms that are gonna not do anything right now. It just has that classic southeastern slop look to it. That's my expert opinion right now. Those who bullies other kids usually become a-hole adults. Yeah, and they also, like, a lot of the people that bullied me never amounted to anything. So just keep that in mind as well. It's like a lot of my nerdy friends that I had in high school are all doing something. Pretty cool. Oh yeah, I saw that, Kevin. All your bullies became nurses. It's odd. Maybe they had a revelation. Became better people. Yeah, other than this severe thunderstorm warning, it's still relatively quiet out there. It did seem like we might get an increase in activity, but I mean, something might come out of all these mergers. That's my thought process right now. You know, I don't think much is going to happen right now, but something might eventually come out of these mergers happening. But again, these storms just really aren't in that high of a shear environment. You know, we were talking about this yesterday when we were going over the models. You know, when the instability came in, the wind shear was on its way out. And that's exactly what's happening today. So it'll be pretty interesting to see, you know, if anything can really happen throughout the day. Bullies peak in high school. Usually. Some of them do, you know, like one of my bullies I saw not too long ago in downtown Huntsville. And, you know, we actually chatted and, you know, he's a nice guy now. So they don't all, I mean, bullies are bad, but, you know, it's usually they're going through some stuff as well and they lash out. You know, when you look at a bully's home life, usually they're a product of their environment and then they take that out on others because, you know, when you're younger, you just like, you don't know, like, you know, how to deal with certain emotions. Some kids, when I was younger, you know, when that happened, they became sad. They became emo. Emo was big back in the day. And then some became bullies. But, you know, the cause of it were pretty similar. Usually problems at home. There's different people deal with it different ways. And then as you mature, you usually grow out of it. All right, well, I'm going back to hang out on Weather Circle. What do we got going on over here? Because not a whole lot's happening. It looked like we might get a little bit more active, but now we're kind of back in the same area where we were until these storms decide what to do. Ooh, what is this? Some donuts? Wait, those aren't donuts. Is that sushi? Oh, I know what we can do. Let me use the restroom first. I have a fun idea I've been wanting to do on stream. Wait, let me use the restroom. We're gonna have some fun while we wait for these storms to happen. Okay. Let me get this set up. I have to find the website. From the old Pettis mobile. I got permission to play James Pettis's new forecasting game on stream. It's called Forecast Master. And it's multiplayer, so we can play it together. Does anybody want to play Forecast Master with me? It's a game where you try to predict where the tornadoes are going to happen, and whoever gets the closest wins. We'll do max players 20, and we'll do 10 rounds. We're going to do intermediate. We're not going to do expert or master. Intermediate still has a lot of stuff. So let's create a game. Oh boy. How do I turn off this? Can I turn off this volume here? Ah. How do I change the volume? Oh, here it is. There we go. Oh, no. Shoot. I had it there for a second. Hold on. You join it with this code, and this is the link. So you come to this link. Oh, wait, I'll copy the invite link. Here we go. This will be better. How do I turn this music off? There we go. I figured it out. So the link is in chat if you guys want to join. I'll have it in the background while we wait. All right, let's check the latest here out and about. Just rain and showers down here in the south. Need code. I sent the invite link. Does it still need a code with the invite link? So we got 5 people in here. It holds up to 20, so we can get 20 people in, I think. I'll put the invite code a couple more times in chat. Or the invite link. We got 10 of 20. I see if we have any new reports out of Weather Circle. While we wait for people to join up. Parents just called me saying while they were trying to buy chicken in Hattiesburg, they saw some small branches and leaves and a piece of shingle near Hall Avenue, probably due to the rain and wind. Wow, thank you for that report, Lewis. Another delicious creation posted from, and now is that sushi or cake? Alexis says it's so windy here. All the lawn furniture outside is blowing around. That's in Michigan. All right, how many people we got in here now? We have 17 of 20. Two more people, and then we're going to start the game. There we go. Room is full. Are y'all ready to lose? Type 1 in chat if yes. Sorry, we already have as many people as we can. So we got a lot of people with confidence. All right, let's do the first game. Good luck. No cheating. No cheating. You can't look on my stream to figure out what we're doing. So if you're playing, you got to mute my stream. No cheating. Okay, looks like we got temps and dew points spreading into the southeast. What I like to start off with is the 300 millibar analysis. Okay, looks like we do have some stronger winds up near Minnesota. That is away. Let's go to the 500 millibar analysis. Man, that is quite the jet streak up there in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Maybe a little bit south of that. Let's see if any instability builds up there. We do get 1,000 joules per kilogram form right here into Wisconsin, right around when storms would fire. There is still a decent amount of instability down here. There's just not a whole lot. There is a little bit of a jet streak down there. Let's look at our 850 millibar winds. Yeah, doesn't look like there's going to be anything happening up there in Wisconsin. It's probably down here in the south. There's shortwave. Okay, I'm almost ready to lock in here. Does seem to be a little warm frontal boundary here. I really want to go northeastern Oklahoma, but I also want to go down here in Texas, but I'm gonna play the warm front on this one. That's what I'm gonna do. So like right here. All right, I have submitted We'll see what you guys guess. All right, let's come back here and check the radar. Yeah, still not seeing anything exciting or mind-opening or eye-opening or anything, really. Just rain. A little bit of rotation over here near Maurice. A tiny bit. That's about it. Still really struggling over here, which is great news. Let's come back and check in on that severe thunderstorm warning. Heading towards Cransfield Gap. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I was like, they did just extend that off into Meridian, Clifton, and Valley Mills. Am I hiding my haircut? No. I didn't have time to take a shower this morning. Got rushed out of bed. Some tornado warnings. Is everybody guessed? I can't see. I'm supposedly the host, but I can't see. I guess it'll just wait until everybody's done. Who has the broke windshield? That is Rob McBay. Yeah, I guess I'll just wait till everybody guesses. See if we have any new reports out of Weather Circle. While we wait. Nope, no new reports. It's quiet. It's quiet on Weather Circle. It's quiet on radar. It's just quiet right now. Rob McBay's looking at something interesting somewhat on the right side. Let's listen into him for a little bit. Man, look at all those trees. Can you imagine chasing in this? Ugh. Does everyone know how to play? I'm not sure. If anybody has any questions on how to play, let me ask me. All right, well, his stream went down as soon as we tuned in. So basically you need to do a target, which is on the top here. You click a target and then go. I'm about to end the round. Y'all are taking too long. We'll do, we got to put a time limit on these rounds. I'll give you guys one more minute and then we're ending the round. All right, one more minute starting now. Yeah, you have to click submit too. Gonna do poorly, I think. It's hard to do well on this because they're like old. They're like it's using the wrap analysis. It's a little bit easier and more visual on like a weather app. But, you know, you just have to pick a target. There are multiple targets here. There's like maybe a sneaky tornado play up there in Wisconsin. There's the warm front play. You have more of the open warm sector play. So, I mean, there's multiple different places, you know, you can't see where like the reflectivity forms or anything like that. So it's hard to tell where the storms exactly fire. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see how everybody did. We're ending the round, so hopefully you guys got your answers in. Oh. That's like a little timer. Okay, round officially ends in 2 seconds. Hey, we got NATO's. Yeah, the warm front play worked out. Nothing happened in Wisconsin. Oh, wow. The moderate risk was down here. All the NATOs happened near that warm front. All right, we'll continue to leaderboard. Let's see how everybody did. Oh my gosh. Weather boy Wyatt got 2,613 points. I feel gypped. I got 3 tornadoes in my circle. Why did I get so little points? BS. All right, the next round begins now. So we got a low pressure system out over here with moisture advecting to the north. $850 millibars. Winds. Pretty strong, like right over here in this area. See where our instability is. It's like a low cape, high shear environment. Decent lapse rates over there. 500 millibars. Definitely a trough ejection here. Like storm fire, like right around this time frame. I like the northern play more than I like the southern play, but let me just double check the shear down there. All right, I think I know where I'm going to go. All right. Not super confident about this one, but I feel like that's a decent spot. All right, 5-minute timer starting now. Actually, starting now. All right. Rotation in Macomb. Nah, there's no rotation in Macomb. Yeah, these storms are really piddly diddly right now, guys. There is not anything other than this storm right here in Maurice. That one's interesting. South and west of Lafayette. A little bit of a wind surge here with some rotation on the northern side. Let me see. We might be able to get a camera view of that. Let me see if I can get that. Oh, what's happening here? Got like a car off the side of the road. Let me see if we can find a camera near Lafayette. We can. We'd probably want somewhere over here. That should clear out. If it doesn't, we can go a little bit further back. Not good. LOL. Georgia is getting sunny. Well, that could bring some stronger winds, but I mean the instability up near Georgia is pretty minimal. Most of our instability is further down to the south. Is this game free? It is. It is a free game. It was created by James Pettis, and it honestly is a lot of fun. Gotta give credit where credit is due. All right, guys, 3 minutes left on the timer. Lock your forecasts in now. I'm starting to get a little hungry, but I don't got no food in the fridge. I might have to get freaking DoorDash. I'm not going to really have time to cook today unless it just becomes clear and certain that like nothing's going to happen today. Rain. Yeah, that's what's happening right now. Just rain. We got a new report back over here. It's nice and clear here in Illinois. There's some snow starting to happen over here in Kansas and Oklahoma. Look at that. Hello from Lafayette. Feels 78. Has been showering since the morning. Water is rising. Ah, okay. Forgot you didn't go to the grocery store last night. Yeah, I should have got some food yesterday. I'm so bad at preparing. Colt says he's gonna win the game. LOL. Like the confidence. Like the confidence. A minute 30 left. Looks like we just might have gotten a new severe thunderstorm warning. Our little update, actually. Over here on this warning, still 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now heading into Clifton, probably about 5 to 10 minutes. So make sure you're indoors and away from windows in Clifton, Texas. Let's turn on the next rad radar here, where a lot of this rain is happening. Not much to say, I must admit. 40 seconds left, folks. And then I'm ending the round, so make sure your answers are locked in and ready to go. All right. Round ends in 11 seconds. Make sure your forecast is submitted. Ah, I missed it. Just by a little bit. I did get a NATO in mine. Seems like the outbreak, though, happened north of Des Moines. We did sniff out a nader, though. All right. Need a leaderboard. We are 5th. We're on a double streak. We got 2 streak. There's a lot of people with 0 on the bottom. Oh no. Weather Boy Wyatt is still the guy to catch, guys. He's still the guy to catch. Somebody sabotage him. All right, we'll do another round here. We'll do 5 rounds and then we'll open it up to new folks to join. All right, this one is a big, broad, low pressure system here. With an ejecting trough. Like the forcing is going to be somewhere in this area. Yeah, that probably wraps around and up throughout the day there. See where our surface base cape is, right up in this area here. 800 millibar. think I see a spot that I like. Yeah, I see 2 targets. Let me see what the wind shear is up there. Yeah, I see 2 targets. Kind of like the northern one more. All right. 5-minute timer starts now. Oh, you got signed out? You got sabotaged? Let's go. We have a chance. Thank you, Missed Evil. Thank you. Thank you. Mini supercells south of DeRider. Where is DeRider? DeRider's like over here. Oh, yeah. Little mini soup. Little mini Campbell's chicken noodle soup. There's a lot of little initiation happening over here. Curious what the environment looks like over there. Yeah, a lot of little mini supercells. Let's go over to our meso analysis. So we're already nerding out. Thermodynamics are decent. Lower level lapse rates are slowly increasing all the way across the board. There's like no shear in that area. Maybe 15 knots of lower level shear. Not super favorable for tornadoes. There is some forcing to the north though, so maybe some severe weather in northern Louisiana could happen over there into Mississippi. I am Levis says they have finally arrived at Weather Circle. Welcome. Okay, I think I can deploy a new thing on the app now. We'll see if it works right out the gate. We'll do this while we wait for everybody to put their answers in. Okay, and do a refresh. We'll test it on this guy here. Didn't work. Still the same size. Maybe it's a little bit thicker. I don't know. That didn't work. Looks like we got a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning out here. I think, yeah. Still 1 in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like Clifton is getting impacted now, and that's going to be moving towards Route 22 next, there in Texas. 24 seconds left. Lock in your answers. Make sure you are submitted. Round is over. Uh-oh, that's not a good sound. I earned 0 points. I got the middle of the slight risk, but no NATOs happened over there. No. Yeah, that was my initial, that was my southern play. I should have went with my southern play. Dang it. To be fair, either one of those could have produced a tornado, but there was probably little mezzo details that messed up the northern mode. Dang it. I have now dropped to 7th place. What if Weather Boy Wyatt still wins? That would not be good. All right, folks, next round has begun. Set your forecast. Ooh, this one looks like an interesting one. Oh, I see it. Okay. It's a little tougher. Rotation on Clifton Storm. Yeah, that's most likely going to be hail contamination. This is not going to cause a tornado. This right here, that is hail falling out of the storm. Not rotation, but you know, that's close. That's technically what you want to look out for when the storm is not elevated. All right, check back in on our storms out here. We've got 4 minutes on the timer. You're looking for Clifton in Louisiana? Yeah. Yeah, the storms over here I am not worried about right now. It's just rain. It seems like this event is just taking its sweet time, which is great. Hopefully it takes all day. Check in with Rob Mika Bay, see what he's talking about.
Like a cat. We're gonna take 55 south, go down to this town called Fluker.
There you go, Bethany. That should be easy.
Louisiana Highway 10. We're gonna take it west.
Behind you.
What's behind me?
No, I said I'm behind you.
Oh,
Not looking at much. Let's go check over with PA storm trackers. See what they're doing. They're in Clifton, Louisiana. So they're trying to get around these storms in Louisiana. So thankfully, we're going to be getting a view from them shortly. Let me see where Clifton, Louisiana is. Oh, they're chasing those little mini supercells.
Lake effect squall line.
Cool. Snow.
Not snow. It's a regular.
So we'll see what these little mini supercells look like. Too much convection today. A little bit. I mean, the conditions are technically getting better, just not a lot of forcing. Not a whole lot of forcing out there. We come over here. We can check in on our latest mesoscale analysis. We got good instability. We have good lower level lapse rates out here in, or not good, but you know, elevated level thermodynamics over here in the toes of Louisiana are there, but we're waiting to see if we're gonna get any forcing down here, and we're just not. There is forcing pushing into where those little mini supercells are. Maybe the northern ones might turn into something, but and there's plenty of instability there. The thing that's limiting those storms, at least for the tornadic potential, is that there's just like no shear up there. So they might turn into a severe weather threat, but most likely are going to be on the lower side, lower end. If we do get a tornado out of there, it's going to be like a very weak and brief one. We got a post here from Debbie. Just started getting dark out here in Brandon, Mississippi, kind of eerie for the update. And Chessie system over here in Florida saying it's sunny and warm, 84 degrees. Audie over here from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, says, good evening from Chapel Hill. Have a beautiful day and hope the storms don't hit here too hard. I am hoping there for you as well. Thank you for posting. Welcome in. 40 seconds on the timer, folks. 40 seconds on the timer. Make sure your scores are submitted in Forecast Master. Was that from a hurricane? It looked like a tropical depression virtual tour. Like your love life. Exactly. I feel you on that. I'm a very weird, or not, I wouldn't say weird, but unique individual, and my standards, oh, the timer's over, are not that high, but I just really suck at meeting new people. All right, the round's technically over, but we will do the 11-second countdown because I've missed the timer going off. Thank you, Daily. I appreciate that. Come on. Oh, we nailed it, folks. Almost every single tornado that happened, we got in our circle. Let's go. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, that was what appeared to be like a little tropical low or a tropical depression looking thing. When did this happen? Yeah, a little low pressure system out there, and yeah, boy, I think we're gonna be close to the top now. It's a forecasting game. You basically just try to guess based off of the environment where the tornadoes go, and you pick your target. And if you nail it like this, you get a lot of points. You were completely blind to that? Oh no. Boom. Ooh, 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 ooh. First place. It was coming eventually, folks. It was coming eventually. What can I say? Nerd game? Yeah, it's definitely a nerdy game. What can I say? What can I say? When those markers hit your house in Somerville? Yeah. Yeah, basically pin the tail on the donkey. Exactly. Wyatt, it's punching the air. Yeah, sorry, Wyatt. Unfortunate that you got kicked off of the app. Really sad. Really sad. Super sad. Ah, darn it. Really wish you were here, Wyatt. Oh, gosh. So frustrating. Help you learn forecasting? It definitely can. It definitely can. Even if you know nothing about it, it does help. Look, Chaz is playing. What if I sabotaged Wyatt? I didn't sabotage. I can't kick people out. Okay, look at that. We were 4 miles away from a tornado. Not an unwarmed tornado. That's just hail, user. It's just hail. If you were still in, you'd have 1 billion more points. All right, enough showboating. Let's start the next round. All right, here we go. New low pressure system. Who dis? Interesting. One of these guys. One of these types of events. Interesting. This one's tricky. I know where I want to go. I just hate these kind of events are my kryptonite on this app, but I think I have a good target. I do screw up a lot on these, so I might get a low score here. It's like a tad edge here. I think that's a good one. All right. 4 minutes. Good luck. Please don't cheat. All right, let's come back in here and check in on the radar. See if anything has changed. Maybe a little bit of a gust of wind here south of Marngwyn. Maybe trying to attempt to form some rotation. There's a lot of mergers going on there. Could make an argument that that could try. It's like we got Rob McBay heading down in that direction eventually. Yeah, this could be the one right here. I wouldn't say definitely, but it's worth keeping an eye on. If it gets enough mergers and can mature, it will try to rotate for sure. But again, the wind shear's a little bit weaker. It's in Australia. Vote there. He's a genius. Pennsylvania, yeah, it's one of those high shear, low cape environments that one round was, and I really suck at those because I typically go where the instability is, and I struggle when there's no instability to pin down where the tornado threat happens. But I think I picked an okay target, but it might be a little bit more north. I usually go too far south. That's what I usually do. Those are my kryptonite. That was like yesterday. Kind of, yeah. Kind of. More like what happened in Illinois, but further east. Probably more like a squall line-ish type storm. But although looking at the surface-based cape and where some of the CIN was building in, I used the CIN on surface-based cape to get an understanding of where the storms fired. It did look like, you know, maybe there could have been a smaller discrete mode that like started on the North Carolina, Virginia border, and then maybe upscaled more into like a QLCS line as it got up into like northeastern Virginia. Those are my thoughts. This is like my ideal way to learn. You get better every single time you play. There you go. Heck yeah. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I think this is gonna be the last round, and then we're gonna end it. Declare a winner, and then we'll open it up for new people to play. But I think we'll do five rounds each time. And it's not something that we've got to like hyper focus on. We can just play a quick round, and then I can go back to watching radar. And since there's not a whole lot happening, we'll never play this when there's actually like a lot of severe weather going on or like a tornado warning happening. But as soon as the cap, right? Yeah, it can indicate that there's cooler at the surface, which usually indicates that there is convection happening. Has Rob seen anything yet? 40 seconds. Hey, Wayne, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Monkey Girl. I appreciate it. $18 seconds left. $11 seconds. Come on. Oh, that's not a good sound. Ah. Yeah, Pennsylvania. I'm always too far south. Ah, I hate those, man. I hate those. Always too far south. As low shear, low cape. Help was more right. He said Pennsylvania. That was more spot on. Yeah, those type of events, man, they are my kryptonite. I did click an area where it did have a 5%, so you know I feel okay about that, but I really need to start trusting my gut more that it's further to the north on those events. Dang, Bethany! Sheesh! She's coming up from the bottom. Fortunately, that was the last round. All it takes is one. So since Weather Boy Wyatt was out, he probably would have won. We'll give him the dub. I'll take second place. Bethany gets third. Your girl Frank did pretty good for a Canadian. Gotta give her credit. Gotta give her credit. Who was last place? Hawkeyes. All right, so we're gonna refresh this and start another. Oops. We'll do max 20 and we'll do 5 rounds on an intermediate. All right, here's the link in the chat if you want to compete. If you guys just competed, wait a little bit longer before joining. Let some new peeps get in. And then if we are still looking for folks, you can come in again. All right. Yeah, the link is in chat. Just click it and join. Yeah, this little area of wind is still there near Marigwin, but there is no rotation on the northern side. So we're still looking good. This event looks like it is really struggling. It's almost. And then, yeah, they did allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire, but still some pretty heavy rain is heading towards Hillsboro. All right, I have got to get some food. From Uber Eats. Something cheap. I might just get a burger from Burger King. That feels like such a waste, though. Actually, I'm gonna get a burrito. Hey, Jazzy. Got a burrito from Moe's Southwest Grill. Just came on. Yummy. Yes. What is Meridian looking forward to? Rain for now, unless these storms try to mature. We're still watching them, but the wind shear is relaxing, and there's still some cooler air here that's allowing these storms to fire. A little bit of convergence, but they're just not doing much. All right, let's see. We are 11 of 20. 11 of 20. Seeing some new faces. That's good. Thank you guys for letting some new people join. We need 9 more players. Uh-oh. Help joined. It's over. Everybody just quit now. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the game. Just kidding. They were playing Forecast Master. Wyatt, get your butt back in here. You didn't even get to play. I'll put the link back in the chat. Isn't the lower level jet supposed to kick in later? Not really. It's not really one of those kind of days. Let me go back to Weather Circle real quick. We go over to the 850 millibar range and just kick it. You see how it just gets weaker the further you go in time, where these storms are going to be firing. But, you know, there is going to be a lower level jet apparently still in central Alabama. But the question is, will there be enough instability? And with that, we're only talking about 35 knots. All right, we got 17 people, 3 more. Is Weather Boy Wyatt back in here? Uh-oh. I was joking. I want to win another one. Gosh, we got not help Weather Boy Wyatt. We have got a stacked lobby here, folks. Your girl Frank's back. She did pretty good for a Canadian. All right. No, I think that was about this morning's threat, but it never played out. All right, new round. Let's see what we got here. Whoa. We got moisture all the way in Canada. Well, this one's like a June or July type thing. A little bit of a subtle trough. I mean, there's like no other place it can be. Let me see where the 500 millibars, if it's up there, yeah. Dude, what? Okay, this is a tough one. Dude, what? It's got to be there. I see something else though. I see something else. I don't know about that. And I know where I want to go, but I have a feeling it's just going to be so wrong. But I don't see anywhere else. Like I see I'm also looking for like an outflow boundary, maybe. This is gonna be one of those where there's like either gonna be like one spot where there's a bunch of tornadoes or just like one NATO. I see an outflow boundary in Nebraska. I mean, it's got to be there. I see 2 targets again, and I'm struggling which one to pick. The northern one just seems like it's too capped out. Oh, wait a second. There's something sneaky over there in southeastern Colorado. No forcing ever shows up there. I'm just gonna have to go with the safe play. I don't really want to go up here. Wait a second. I hate this one. This one is a hard one. I really want to play that outflow boundary near Nebraska as well. Either outflow boundary or warm front. I think it's more of a warm front. I think I'm gonna have to go there. I like that one just better than the northern target. I don't know why. Golly, I hope I'm not completely wrong. All right, that one was a tough one. That one was a tough one. All right. Oh, looks like Rob ended his stream. Is that right? Well, he's still on weather-wise. I don't know what's up with that. The game is already full. You already submitted and you can't edit your target. Uh-oh. I really wanted to go northeastern Minnesota, but something telling me that there's a sneaky play there in Nebraska that I just couldn't let go of. And that's probably going to screw me. But sometimes those are the play. It felt like a very summer-like kind of outflowy type day. I was checking on our weather radar. Still nothing happening out here. Jeez Louise, not even a single iota of rotation. We are in straight up rain mode here, folks. Still a flash flood warning over here near Collins and Seminary and Summerall there in Mississippi. Could be watching out for that. Let me while we wait for people to submit their answers, I do want to find a new camera here in Louisiana. See if we can't look at some of these storms. Oh, there's a wreck over here. Yeah, look at that traffic. Something has happened. You put Northeast South Dakota. That's not a terrible one. I feel like you got a good shot up there. I think that was the safe play, but my brain was telling me to not do the safe play. And it might be at my own peril. Might be able to eventually get a view from a storm on this area. You got kicked out? How are people getting kicked out? One second. There we go. I had my wire stuck under my wheelchair. Or the wheel of my chair, sorry. Okay. Round is about to end in 11 seconds. Make sure your answers are submitted. Come on. No. Yep. Should have picked Minnesota. Dang it. That was the safe play. Northwest Minnesota. Dang it, man. I tried to do I tried it, but it didn't work. Okay. Well, not starting off great. Dang, Colt coming in first place. Okay. Weather Boy Wyatt, he might have done the same thing I did. Yeah, there was one. Is that Utah? Yeah, I think there was one in Utah. All right, next round. Oh, okay. Oh no, don't tell me it's one of these. Surely not, right? Nah, can't be. Hmm. Yeah, where's our forcing? Okay, Megatroph. Jeez Louise. I know where I want to go. But I'm afraid. All right, 4 minutes, folks. I'm afraid it is my biggest fear. Oh, look at PA Storm Trackers. They're getting into view of something here. Let's look in. They're in Ethel, Louisiana.
There are no severe thunderstorm warnings.
Nope. No, the only thing in general there is a flash flood warning up north of Columbia, Mississippi. That's it.
Where is Ethel?
Thank you for the sub, Heather. Welcome in.
Ethel, Louisiana. Oh, they're near that storm. Okay. They're near the storm that's just north of Baton Rouge.
Thank you, CG.
This one could look interesting once they get out of this precip.
Yeah, we kind of did it like a half. There still is. There's some rotation right down here. Right in front of us.
Oh boy. Some pretty heavy rain. How do you submit when the game is done? Here, we'll go over here. I'll show you. So you submit up here. So you edit target and you click submit right here. So edit target's where you put your little thing and then you go over here and press this. You have 1 minute 51 seconds. left on the timer, so get your answers in. They're going to be chasing this storm. There is no rotation on this storm right now, 0. And it looks pretty outflow dominant right now, but it's getting some mergers, so maybe it tries. But bottom line is storms are struggling right now. We also got another little storm over there near Fayette, not really doing much. We got some storms trying to fire back over here near Alexandria. We got some storms over here near San Augustine as well, with some heavier rain. But yeah, back over here in Alabama, got a lot of rain still. Going into Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, rain starting to pick up over there near Montgomery. So a lot of little piddly diddlies out there. Nothing too crazy. Let's see if we got any new posts on Weather Circle. Nope, no new posts on Weather Circle, which is not surprising. There's really not much happening. My gosh. What? It did work. Do I have to refresh for it to take effect? That's weird. Huh. It like takes forever for it to actually implement, but there's a severe thunderstorm warning here in in New York. Got a squall line. Severe thunderstorm warning, showers associated. The main hazards is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Gonna be for Cattaraugus, East Randolph, and Salamanca. Watch out for those 60-mile-per-hour winds. That was not on my bingo card today. All right. Round is ending in 9 seconds. Hey, we got some points. Oh, wow. Those more up there near Charlotte. I was a little south. But we did sniff one out, so that's good. Yeah, Charlotte was the play. Interesting. Now, it was a little bit more of that. This was technically a high shear, low instability thing. So it was, of course, too far south as usual. I was afraid it was going to be that. It looks like Georgia also had one in the southeastern part of Georgia there. Dang, Jabari Media. I am in 6th place. Other boy Wyatt is struggling. Help is struggling. Good. Good. Any rotation in that storm? No. We have no rotations in any of our storms right now. All right. Here we go. A new round, folks. A new round. Ooh. A little trough ejection over there. Oh. I see. I know where I want to go on this, but I want to double check. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. All right, 4 minutes, folks. Good luck. Good luck. In 16 single player games with your best distance being 9 miles. That's not bad, Bethany. You're getting better. What do I think about tomorrow? I think it's going to be pretty similar to today. Struggling with thermodynamic problems. I think that's going to be a pretty common theme. Where's Rob? Is he still live on YouTube? Did something happen? Did he restart it? Yeah, he restarted it. Okay. Let me get him back up on the YouTube screen instead of here. Oh, Tornado Pagey went live. I think Outbreak is too it's too much of a oh wow, look at this view from PA Storm Trackers. I think Outbreak is too interactive. I think we'd be not paying attention too much. I like this game because you can like just put your guests in and wait, and you can still, you know, watch the weather. Look at that. Look at that storm in the background there. It definitely looks interesting. Wonder if we'll be able to get a view without these trees. All right, let me put Tornado Pagey here. There we go. We got 3 chasers now. Let's go. 3 chasers for rain. Maybe too much. Maybe too much chasers for this storm right now. But hey, if something does happen, we'll have multiple views of whatever the heck it is. But there is still 0 rotation out there, folks. Still a whole lot of nothing. All right, let's go tune into PA Storm Trackers, though. They seem to be close to something. Yeah, they're close to where that that one storm is north of Baton Rouge.
It just got a ton of lightning moving right up over where Pops is right now. Oh, watch though coming towards Zachary. Watch to the southwest. Look at that hook.
That's what I was
Right down the far left side there, Dad. I see it. I don't know if it's doing anything. I need to find somewhere else to pull. I'm messing people up here. There is a parking lot, I think.
Jazzy, what you want?
Yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna go up there to turn around right now. Actually, go up this way. There is a parking lot right up there.
All right, round's about to end, folks. Make sure your answers are locked in. Come on. Boom. We nailed it. You see how it, like, this is what I don't understand about Forecast Master. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7 tornadoes. But it's only 1,000 points. Dang, a sneaky little play up there in Iowa. You got booted out of the game? What? Yeah, it seems to be a problem. Within the enhanced wrist, and it says busted. Oh no. All right, let's see the leaderboard now. Oh, look who's snuck into first place again. Where's Weather Wyatt now? He must have got kicked out. Uh-oh, helps. Oh no, help. Not a good look. He got kicked before it started. No. Oh, that's so frustrating. All right, let's do another one. Two more rounds left before we decide the winner. This one's interesting. Oh, this one's tough. Do see a target. Yup. Locking it in. All right, folks. 4 minutes. Wall cloud? Nah. Wall cloud, not all lowerings are wall clouds. They gotta have some rotation, or at least some rotation visible from the ground. But I will say, definitely an interesting feature here on PA Storm Tracker's view.
Although I still like the way the back of it looks a little bit better. Looks a really
The southern end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the lift like for any of this?
Broadus.
Best lift still the north of my stuff though. This stuff here. Stuff right in front of us right here. That's still got the best lift. A lightning with this now. Yeah.
Of Louisiana and Texas. Nah, there's no rotation over there. I see what you're looking at. Nah, that's just a little bit of contamination there.
It exploded a little.
Good try. Keep learning. Keep learning. You'll get it soon.
Southern end look.
Job, Bethany. Seems like you've learned a lot.
It doesn't have as much lift as up here. Not yet.
No lightning with it either.
Oh, that's why it booted you? Okay, yeah, you gotta hit submit. Tuning in from Mobile, need this to stay away from you. I feel ya on that. I hope it does. So far, we're looking good. I mean, these storms They just haven't they have been firing, they just haven't been sustaining, and they haven't been growing. Maybe a little bit of surge of wind down here. Might have to watch for this to try to form a circulation there. But that's about it. I mean, we're seeing like little hints of things, but nothing that's turning into anything. Really, I mean, the beginning of our stream has been the most active. And since then, it's just been pretty quiet. There'd be more strong storms? You'd think. Yes, that would be the common thought process. Turn this off here. That'd be the common thought process. But again, you know, the instability isn't the whole story, you know. Again, we've been saying this a couple times, but let's check to see if it's changing. Yeah, I mean, there's just no forcing down here. There's no forcing whatsoever. And I mean, we do have a little bit of confluence here near the surface. You see how these winds are going this way and these winds are going this way, and that's why we're seeing these storms try to fire, but that's not enough forcing, apparently. We need more upper level forcing. We just don't have it. So we're just not getting it. Low level lapse rates, though, are still hanging out. They're actually a little bit lower. These storms are a little bit higher over here in the foot. But again, even if these storms can sustain themselves, our shear is evaporating in this area. So it's looking like a good old classic Dixie slop fest. Yeah, low level shear is nowhere like yesterday. We had low level shear in like the 50 knot zone. All right, 20 seconds left, folks. Get your answers submitted. Make sure you click the submit button. It's up here. You got to click that after you put your target in. Average January stuff. Yeah, you expect it. Really, anything in the southeast during the winter usually doesn't do much. Oh, I heard good noise. Bam. We nailed it again. 4 tornadoes this time. Oh, there was a warm front in Kansas that overperformed. Dang it. I saw that little boundary, but I liked this one better. But I mean, I still got NATOs. Random NATO in New Orleans. When was this? This was May 25th, 2010. New Mexico. Yeah, Clovis never fails. Is Clovis in here? Yep. This was a Clovis day. Clovis never fails. All right, let's see where that puts us now. Oh, we're pulling away, guys. We got 1 round left. Oh, Weather Boy Wyatt, he jumped up there a little bit. We got some unexpected people. John Warren Townsend is in 2nd place. All right, guys, last round. It's time to lock in. Oh, gosh. One of these days. This looks like summer. Okay, something's happening up there. Interesting. See multiple targets here. Oh. Nothing fire there? It looks like a cap bust. I'm trying not to say too much because I don't want to give it away to the people that are watching while playing. It kind of looks like a cap bust there. Oh, this is a little bit harder than I was thinking. Okay. Man, but if it's not, that is the perfect target. I see two targets. I'm kind of wanting to play the more risky play, but I have a feeling that the target that I want to go is going to end up being it. I feel like our answer is going to be in here. Yeah. It's one of those kind of days. This one's tough, but I think I know where I want to go here. Just feels like a cap bust day. All right. I think I'm ready to lock it in. Let me just double check one more thing before I do. That's a good hedge there. That was a tough one. Very subtle features. We'll talk about, oh, wow, look at this from PA Storm Trackers.
Never mind. I know what it was. It was the radar.
Look at that. We got a shelf cloud.
Oh, trees, why? I had a good view and then we came up with
Yeah, there might have been a derecho with this event.
That does have a nice hook on. Oh, it's really back here.
There's also a sneaky little play potentially in like northwestern Iowa. But I really liked where I picked. I think that's gonna be the play.
There actually is a main road coming up.
Go a little bit.
Yeah, these are real events that happened in the past. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a lot of forcing up here. There just wasn't a whole lot of instability. And I saw something in the surface, on the surface, that I really liked where I picked. So it kind of looks like a cap bust day because there was just like the CIN never really clears out in that area. But it's making me think something happened before. Like I feel like the time frame on here is wrong. But if it's right, then I'm probably off by a couple miles. Also might have gone too far north now that I look at it again. Shoot. I don't know. We'll see. I'm second guessing what I did, but that's how forecasting is. Sometimes you just got to lock it in and hope for the best. All right, let's come back here and check in on our environment. There's actually a little bit of rotation developing down here near Zachary and Baker. Oh, wow. We actually got a little bit of a hook echo too. Something's actually happening here. You getting fired after this? No. You're not here for your forecasting skills help. You're here because you're really good at reading radar, but you're learning. Right here, a little area of rotation is developing. Very interesting there near Zachary. Watch out there near Zachary and Baker. We have some stronger winds also on the southern side. No debris signature yet, but that could be pretty close to beginning a tornado warning. Looks like a storm is actually trying to do something here. We also have a little bit of rotation over here near Battle as well, near Grays. Get your answers submitted. We might have to end this round early. So make sure you're submitting your answers. Let me see where our storm chasers are at. Rob's there. Looks like PA Storm Trackers is going to be right at that little hook here shortly. So we should get a view. There, it looks like they're heading south. And it looks like Pagey Tornado is a little bit too far north there. This is our best view of this new rotation that is developing. Yeah, it is clearing out ahead of the hook. That's another good point. All right, round ends in 20 seconds. Make sure your answers are locked in. I was too far west. Whoa. None of my potential targets were right. Dang. I whiffed that. Well, there's definitely some opportunity for someone to sneak in here. I saw that. I saw this specific thing, and that was the first target I was thinking. But I saw a sneaky little surface feature, which did end up producing some damage damage reports or some hail, but did not see it happening. This was like a late night thing. That's what was tricky about it. I thought the event was happening earlier in the day, but it actually happened at night. But yeah, it does look like it was a cat bust. Oh, and John sneaks in from behind to take the win. Dang. All right, guys, thanks for playing. I think we're going to be focusing a little bit more on the weather here. But John, the winner of the last one. Good job. Okay, latest scan, that rotation definitely got weaker. Definitely got weaker there. Let's watch PA Storm Tracker, see what they see on the surface. See if it is any different than what it is on radar. You were just south of Omaha? Ah, yeah. Yeah, the 500 millibar jet on that one, that jet streak, you know, that's like the go there stupid thing, and there was forcing there. It lacked a little bit of instability, but the fact that eventually overlapped later in the night, I don't think I ever went that far in the forecast, so I would have never seen that. I was thinking it would have happened a little bit earlier in the day, but that was like a midnight type event. Top 5's first time. You'll take it. Yep. I'll take second place. Not my best performance, but I ain't mad at it. There is definitely a trust the gut that I gotta work on, because I did see that. I just saw a little sneaky surface feature, and there was reports over there, but I also was like, this looks like a cat buzz day, and it probably was. You were third. Good job. Congrats on your third place. Where's my Uber Eats at? I am friggin' starving. Oh, they're gonna be here in 5 minutes. Let's go. Traffic cam, there's not really many near this storm, but we got a storm chaser right next to it. So we got a storm chaser that's heading to this storm up here to the north, and another storm chaser heading to this storm. So we got two little opportunities to see what's happening here. We also got Rob McBay in route here. So we got storm chasers all over it. The thing is that there's just not a whole lot happening right now, but there is a little bit of rotation on both of these storms. So we'll see if they can pull it off. Hopefully not. Yeah, GG's. All right, let's go see if we have any weather circle reports. Montgomery, Texas started to get windy with a gas. Hey, yeah, try not to spam. Yeah, looks like someone's doing a new game in chat. NJY2Y9, if you guys still want to play, while we're focusing a little bit more on the threat. But yeah, Montgomery, Texas, starting to get windy with the gas up to 15 to 20 miles per hour, getting dark, getting really big puffy clouds. Is starting to first thunderstorm. We're on the ground too. Hopefully this will help. Yeah, thank you. So you said Montgomery, which is back over here. Yeah, I can see you do have storms, some storms popping up there. Let's go check those out on radar. Yeah, there's a storm over there near Jasper that's getting started. Really not a whole lot of shear over here, but could get some severe weather out of these storms if they want to. Oh, looks like we got PA storm trackers now getting a view of our storm here.
Zachary storm is still the best one. It's still booked just west of Zachary. Still. 2 minutes ago is the scan. I mean, the view right here is kind of horrible.
Hey, thank you, Jim, for being a member for 11 months.
I'd rather be like where we can like kind of come right up the
Means what is causing it? Probably just the some sort of frontal boundary. I think is what's causing the storms in near Houston. Now, all of our severe thunderstorm warnings are in New York, by the way. We got another one. Let me see which one was that? Yeah, we got another one near Great Valley, Salamanca, Hinesdale with 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then Avon, Geneseo, and Dansville. Shoot, there's actually some rotations on these guys.
It's starting to come together again.
Yeah. Where we're looking, guys, be like just probably to the left.
Yeah, watch out. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming for New York.
Your circulation.
Little random squall line up there.
They're a little bit off. Hi, Willa.
Yeah, there's that updraft, that mesocyclone on the southern side of this Louisiana storm. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation near Zachary. Not very strong yet, but worth keeping an eye on. That's what we're looking at here from PA Storm Trackers on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I just was looking right at our mega notice our dot was way behind where we're actually sitting, so hopefully that fixed it. Yes, yeah, we're fixed.
my food here yet. They're 2 minutes away. You have a friend that lives there? I can low-key text him and we can figure out what's going on down there. Yeah, just see if he can send you some photos and post them on Weather Circle so we can look at them, or at me on Twitter.
Is that is it close?
Definitely interested to see what's happening up there. Probably a little bit of a squall line. Okay, latest radar imagery is in. A little bit more rotation now near Clinton. Just near Grays and Clinton. And a little bit more rotation over here near Zachary as well. But they are trying. And this is in Louisiana, near the big toe of Louisiana. Where's Rob?
Yes, it did.
He's somewhere. I never know.
Coming right at us. Bring it.
Come on.
That's got to be it right there, then, right over this house.
Yeah, you guys are looking right at
We're
it.
sitting a little bit. I think we're angled just a hair northwest.
Oh yeah, that house is crazy. That's a big house.
Yeah, the way the road. Come on, Raider Omegas. Come on, Raider Omega.
Okay, food should be here. I don't hear Chaz barking yet, though.
Hopefully, we're not sitting the guy that's coming out of his driveway over there. Hopefully, it's his property.
Probably is. What are you doing there?
Watching this storm that's going to come over your house. It's coming right at us.
Oh, I know. The LLJ's ramping up.
It might go
Wait
just
for this
north
guy
of
to
us.
pull in here.
Yeah, these storms have gone through like 1 billion mergers. See all these mergers that have been merging into it? That is what is allowing these storms to intensify and tap into whatever shear environment we got out here. It's a little bit of a weak shear environment. Oh, looks like Rob's got a drone view. I don't know which storm he's on, though. That's an interesting feature right there. What is that? Is that Scud? Let's listen in. Oh. His stream is so glitchy. Yeah, I think that's Scud. I don't know which storm he's on, though. Oh, wait, no, he's on this one. Okay, so he's looking at this storm right here. This storm with a little bit of rotation there near Clinton. We'll keep a very close eye on that. Definitely got a Scuddy base to it, but not enough rotation. That looked like a funnel for a second, but I think that's just Scud, just based off of the presentation here. But we'll keep a close eye on that. Southern storm rotation is struggling yet again, which is great news. We love to see it. Hopefully they continue to struggle, man. I would love to have the rest of the day just be tornado free. Oh, all right, my food is here. I'm gonna leave you guys with PA storm trackers while I refill my water. But they're looking at the southern rotation, so keep a close eye.
I'll be cycling.
Next scan, it'll probably be dang near on top of us. Maybe it's starting to come over the trees now.
Oh, broadened out.
You know what? Let me check. I'm gonna 60 real quick.
It could be cycling.
You know what? Which way those clouds, those scuds coming from? They're coming right to left. They're right to left. That's something coming out of the north, trying to wrap around.
want, Chaz? You think I'm gonna give you some of my burrito? Is that what's happening?
Good timing, Christopher.
Why? It was almost dead.
Yep.
Oh, this burrito is thick.
And then it drops south, but then it goes to a road that does go back north. All right.
Heck yeah.
I think that's our rotation right there coming.
Look at this.
And they're right over the tan house right now.
Giant burrito. Almost bigger than Chaz.
Doing some funky things right there.
Top Fan said give it 30 minutes till it gets in the right environment. The low level jet's just starting to kick.
I've noticed that we're getting easterlies coming in.
They didn't flow.
Nah, low level jet's still pretty weak according to Mezzo analysis. But these storms will struggle to get their act together in terms of rotation. But they can squeak out a little. They can squeak out a little NATO. Got to keep our eye on it. But as of right now, on radar, as you can see, not a whole lot of rotation. There still is some there. Oh, latest scan. That looks a little bit more interesting. Might be a little side lobe though. It's weird. Yeah, we really got to watch their stream closely here, just in case that tries to do something here in the short term. There is some rotation.
I think we need to go east.
West.
West.
Their stuff's starting to really fire up again. West of
Okay, I need to get played. Hold on.
and then start to go up the river.
That's the stuff I was watching this morning.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds. Ooh, that one looks good there too. If this one doesn't pan out, look at this one, Dad, heading for New Road and St. Francisville. I see that. I'm gonna look at the new analysis should have come out too. I don't think this is gonna do much.
I'm not seeing much motion in the clouds right now.
Trees that look good.
They are right next to that rotation
Rapidly rising. Not
as we speak.
a little bit of a funnel there.
Nope.
Oh, rotation's actually over here now.
That's what I was watching.
Should I turn this just north of us? Yeah, it should go this
I think if we want to follow this, we need to go north and go east on that.
Let me make sure Pagey Tornado is current too. Okay, looks like they're blasting down to the south. Having some service issues right now. But yeah, here's our latest scan. There still is some rotation here south and east of Slaughter. Not seeing it. It's weird. There's rotation there and what appears to be a debris signature. There's not a whole lot of reflectivity under that though. I don't think that's a tornado. I think that's clear air. Listen in.
I'm going to take these guys out and show them real quick.
It pretty much has a couplet right over there.
I know. I'm going to show these guys.
Okay,
so.
okay. I was gonna angle the truck. That has to be it right there. Look how low even to the right a little bit. Ooh, there's some
Yeah, that's it right there.
Oh, look at that. That is,
scoot right behind the power lines right now.
yeah, that is,
Here comes the RFD though. Start getting wet.
look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I think you're right though, Josh. I don't
think
think
it's
there's
trying.
movement at the surface. To
get it down.
All right, I gotta get you in, guys. I don't want this camera to get completely soaked.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough wind to preserve this.
So they're gonna move out here. I'm gonna turn my camera off while I eat, guys. Yeah, that's the latest report out over here. So they're watching this storm. It does seem like there's rotation in there. I think we're dealing with like some sort of contamination because that rotation is in the inflow of the storm. It appears, but I mean, that definitely seemed like there was some motion where they were pointing their camera. So it might be just like a very low precipitation mesocyclone on that guy. Definitely worth watching. This storm up here still has some very weak and broad circulation to it. Let's go back here. So that's what we're looking at. We're here in Louisiana, just really trying to figure out what this storm is going to do here.
All right, I see it up there probably. Nothing else outside, right? Nope.
Oh yeah, it's off to the right there. Look at that.
Right over here.
Yeah, it's still off the road now.
Oh, look how tight it got.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It's right in front of us right there. I was gonna probably try to just follow it kinda. Right there.
Oh my gosh, this burrito's like half sour cream. Surface, the surface analysis still looks the same, relatively weak shear, but this storm is taking advantage of it. It looks like it. It's just a weird velocity couplet. But I mean, it seems like a low precipitation mesocyclone is on this storm. There's your velocity couplet. It's in the inflow. You'd expect it to be more down in this area here. So it's a kind of a weird little situation here, but I mean, we saw on PA storm trackers that seemed to be something legitimate there. So I'm keeping an eye on it. It might just be a mini supercell with a little bit of a low precipitation rotation to it. So that's why we're trying to keep a close eye. I think Pagey Tornado is also getting closer to this. They're just north of it. And keeping tuned in here to PA storm. Oh, like they're losing service. What about Rob? Where's Rob at? Yeah, I think he's still in the northern storm. So the northern storm looks like not overly impressive there. You think the storm's supposed to be near Monticello around 5-ish? What state is that in? Yeah, storm of the hour here is right here. A little area of rotation south of Olive Branch. We're keeping a close eye on it. We got a chaser who is on it. A couple of chasers that are close to it. Pagey Tornado is trying to get into view of it. So that's why we're watching their stream. They are just north of that couplet. Trying to see if we see anything through the rain. It should clear out. They're going to be able to hop in front of it, I do believe. They're traveling south, so the storm, the rotation would be to their right. It does have a little hook to it, yeah. Yeah, I'm watching. This is the storm we're watching near Slaughter, Louisiana, guys. Don't worry, we're all over it. It's not strong rotation, no, but there's definitely a tighter couplet there for sure. Okay. So precipitation on radar is starting to wrap around. You can actually see it here on radar. Our precipitation is starting to wrap around that couplet. So that was a low precipitation mesocyclone there. There is no debris signature. Now that that precipitation is wrapping in, you can see that there is no debris signature there. So it's not a tornado on the ground, and that was clear air. But yeah, we do have rotation on this storm still, moving off to the east towards Okanolia. But again, it's not very strong rotation. We're on the weaker side here. That's why it's not warned. But if we get any reports that contradict that, we are going to probably see a tornado warning on it shortly. This northern storm is just not doing anything. So all focus is on this one little storm. If we go look at other areas, you can see there's just no rotation anywhere else other than this storm right now. So it is the storm of the hour for now. Trying to get more info on it from our chasers. This is so sloppy. Yeah, it is. Classic Dixie. I would expect nothing else. Yeah, there were some rotating storms in New York. Yeah. There are rotating storms in New York. We actually might get tornado warnings in New York, actually. I'm looking at the radar. I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning up here. We have a couple areas of rotation. One there near Humphrey, another one near Carrollton, and another one back over here near Allegheny National Park. New York is super sensitive to rotations. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get tornado warning on some of these guys. I'm interested. What the heck is happening up here? Let's go over to our meso analysis. Strong upper level or surface low up there. There's a tiny little shred of instability. Bet you the wind shear up here is crazy though. Yeah. Yeah, 50 to 60 knot shear. Jeez. Yeah, it's one of those low cape, high wind shear. I wonder if there's any, no, there's no ML cape. Well, there's a tiny bit at the surface. What are the dew points? 45-degree dew points. Oh, is this like a cold core type thing happening here? What is the temperatures aloft? Yeah, -17. Yeah, this is like a little cold core type deal with really cold temperatures aloft. Relatively warm at the surface. So I'm assuming our lapse rates could be elevated. No. What, mid-level? No. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting for sure. There's a lot of shear in this area. So if any of these storms can get enough precipitation, you could make the argument for a brief tornado. And we are seeing some rotations up here in New York, surprisingly. So we'll keep an eye on them. You know, would it surprise me if we got a random tornado warning up there before we get a new one down here? Not really. All right, looks like Pagey Tornado has got a view of our storm now. Oh yeah, look at that. There's your little mesocyclone. This is the tiniest, miniest supercell. There still is a decent little tight area of circulation. You can see that rain is wrapping around that circulation here from our Storm Chaser view.
There it is. Our thunderstorm.
Yeah, visibly, it definitely has spin, and we can probably do a little time lapse. You see that on the bottom, how it's moving one way and the top's moving the other way? It definitely has some visible spin to it.
I do have some applesauce. Appy sauce.
Appy sauce.
Oh, it does. Oh, I couldn't see that.
I like that. I'm gonna start saying that from now on. That's gonna stick. Applesauce is so 2026. We now say appy sauce.
Just a lovely amount of
Check the group chat. Okay. Oh yeah. So that we are getting reports of damage out of Tylertown. A little bit of ground scarring. Damage to what appears to be like a farm warehouse, some roof damage, shingles. And nothing too crazy, but and there is some damage. Just sent it in chat if you guys want to check that out. That was the tornado that happened at like 6. Yeah, latest scans on our radar still indicate some rotation here near Okinawa. Even a little something popping up here. It's almost enough to say debris signature, but not quite there, I don't think. I don't think we have a tornado on the ground, but let's watch Paige's stream here closely. See if we can see anything as it approaches them. A little bit of rotation, nothing too crazy. That's why it's not warned, but we're keeping an eye on it just in case. Is this a bust? I would say so far it has not happened as forecasted.
I don't know, folks.
It's been a,
Some leaves blowing into it.
and the main thing is we're just lack forcing down here. Yesterday we could have had a sneaky threat in Arkansas, in like Mississippi near like Memphis. That didn't happen because of a lack of forcing there, and that should have been a sign that our low pressure system had left our storms behind.
Hello, Big Dan.
And today it's this kind of a similar story. Not a whole lot of forcing. Storms are still trying. I mean, we still got 2 tornadoes earlier this morning.
Said that most of
Um,
the lake
Oh yeah, there's the mezzo right there.
The lake is not gonna freeze. At least Erie.
What settings are we at here? It's the 1080p.
Definitely has more big snow potential.
In 3 months, it'll be April. Yep. Then things get crazy. Shoot, in just 2 months, we're gonna be in March. It wasn't supposed to be anything crazy. No, it really honestly wasn't. But there was definitely,
rain shower to me. At least you can
there's still time too. I wouldn't call it a bust. I would just say it's certainly underperforming in comparison to like what some of the models were saying at this time. Anything in Mississippi? Yeah, some rain. Heavy rain near Columbia. No dangerous rotations. But some heavy rain near Columbia, Mississippi. February in 1 month, right? And you know what? January's in 0 months.
Sarah said, "What?"
January is simultaneously 0 months away and 12 months away at the exact same time. The teleconnections do help, but they're not some source of magic wizardry. They can be wrong all the time, but they do give hints of what could happen. People were shouting that this would be a legendary winter at the beginning of winter due to teleconnections. And that was going to be like an insanely cold winter. But it's honestly been pretty mild winter when you average it out. You know, it's only like the extreme northern United States that's really seen snow, like a lot of snow. And some folks have gotten like a coating, but it's been a pretty lackluster winter. So that's why, you know, teleconnections, they can tell some things, but, you know, it's really just where's the pattern at when it happens. Looking too far in the future is nearly pointless. It's so hard to be accurate. I would argue nearly impossible.
Maybe they'll strengthen once they get up into like.
Yeah, that's what that storm looks like. Anyone gonna watch the Peach Bowl? Who's playing in the Peach Bowl? Yeah, look at that. Rotation on this storm is now almost zeroed out. I think we're getting, yeah, and there looks like there might be an outflow here too. It's going to wrap into these storms. And I think we're about to enter back into Nothingsville. It got slightly more active for 20 minutes. But honestly, this is exactly how I thought it might play out. You know, just brief periods of where things seem like they're about to do something, and then it goes back into, well, Oregon, Indiana College. Is that a playoff game? When does that start? I do want to watch that. Yeah, my burrito was like 50% sour cream, guys. Their Maripass? Where's Maripass? Oh, this? Maybe. The real target's in New York, though. Still a couple little areas of rotation. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. One north of Bradford, another one south and east of Olean, another one near Hinesdale and Cuba. Very weak rotations. Still mainly a damaging wind threat heading towards Dansville, Wellsville, Lafayette, and Smethport. You see what they did there? They added an S so that nobody suspects what they're really doing. But yeah, strong winds coming through. Kind of a weird event here. Not every day do you see severe weather in New York on January. That's an odd one. Usually you expect snow. This is probably more to akin to a snow squall line than anything. But it's just a little bit too warm for that. Have you missed anything? There was a little bit of rotation starting, and it actually got tight for a moment on this storm south of Clinton, but that has since dissipated, so we're back to just waiting and see what's going to happen down here. Snow NATO, no, it's not. In New York, yeah. Yeah, it's just, it's really cold aloft. So it's kind of like a semi-cold core-esque type event up here. Dew points are in the 40s, 45, 47. It's like negative 17 in the 500 millibar. So that difference in temperature can still kind of act like, and there's enough forcing in this area for sure, given that we have a strong trough nearby. Add all that together, sometimes you get all the moisture squeezed out of the air at once, and you get these little tiny storms. This one has really strong winds aloft, so basically any precipitation is going to bring those strong winds aloft down to the surface. That's why we have 60-mile-per-hour wind warnings out here. I don't want to get a view on this. If we could. There are cameras nearby. Let me bring this over to here. Dude, what is that thumbnail? The heck? Nick Merckx is a crazy person. Oh, is that it? This is in New York near the Friendship Rest area. Bethany, a lot of that is side lobe. Last time I looked at it, there is technically a tiny bit of rotation there, but it's really small. But I did notice that earlier. It just wasn't significant enough for me to really say anything about it. Storms are struggling. Not in New York. What, did y'all not pick New York when we did the forecast master for today? I always knew this was going to happen. Don't y'all remember that hour-long conversation I had yesterday about how New York is going to get severe weather? You don't remember that? That's unfortunate. There's small rotations. We're looking at the storm in New York right now. I just want to see what it looks like when it comes over this ridge. Is that real broad rotation near Clinton? Yeah. Very broad, very weak rotation. Nothing really to write home about. These storms are getting real messy. Little interesting areas of rotation north of Liberty in Mississippi. Here we go. Gotta make sure the whole message showed up on my hat. And we got the severe thunderstorm warning now extending into Canandaigua, and Lyons. Yeah, look how fast those clouds are moving. That's that 60 knot lower level jet. Central Kentucky, but here to support the channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. We knew this could happen though. In New York, no, I was joking when I said that. I had no idea. Oh, with the messiness? Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, what's happening in Louisiana is not surprising. This up here is pretty interesting to me. I don't know about you guys. And thank you, Dave, for gifting a membership. Thank you. A side lobe contamination. It's basically the radar gets a beam. The radar sends out little beams and they bounce back to the radar. Sometimes the beam splits and you get a signal hit like this, the upper part of the storm. And that brings back a velocity signature that is near the surface. So when that beam splitting happens, you can get a false signal of really strong rotation, but the best way to disprove that is to just see where the rotation is. If it's not underneath the precipitation, it's usually not legitimate. Every now and then you'll get like a low precipitation storm, kind of like what we just had, where it exhibits rotation in some clearer air. I mean, there's actually a mesocyclone just with no rain wrapping around it yet. That can happen. But for the most part, you know, when you have rain-free rotation, that usually, and it's like in the inflow of the storm, that's usually side lobe. Rotation near Macomb? Yeah, there's a little bit over here near Liberty. We noted that earlier. It's not very strong or concerning, but there is some there. You're right. Yeah, you can see these storms up here outflow dominant at the moment. You can kind of see that cold air rushing out in front of them as they transition more into showers yet again. Oh my gosh, like an actual area of rotation south and west of Nicholas Run. That's in northern Pennsylvania, right near the New York border. That actually looked interesting for a second. Some rotation over here near Haydenville and Lakeview Terrace as well. Yeah, if these storms can somehow just get a tiny bit more mature than they are, this could even cause a tornado spam. I don't think that's going to happen. Hopefully not. That'd be weird. It'd be certainly weird. Let's come back over to here. Yeah, Selma's going to be, it should be all right. You guys are a little south though, so I would keep an eye on it. But for now, our tornado risk is kind of in shambles right now. Vicksburg cell, that's going to be an elevated cell. It does look interesting though. Heavy rain is going to be coming into Vicksburg here in a little bit. Almost got a view on the leading edge of this squall line here in New York. All right, let's check weather circle here to see if we have any new posts to go over. Storms are more severe now in New York than in the actual risk. Yeah, they are. That is true. Both glad and not glad to be outside of this. Glad because my grandma, not glad because I love the rain and storms. Acceptable, acceptable. Yeah, I mean, if we got anybody in chat from New York, feel free to join Weather Circle. The link is in the description and in the pinned comment in the chat. And come on here and share some photos and videos. We would love to see what this actually looks like. We're trying to get a view of it. But yeah, you can come over here, click the hangout, or look at radar. We have MRMS radar. We have NextRad radar. I wonder if these are in clear air mode. No, they're not. That's good. You can now customize the warning size, but it's kind of janky right now. There's hotkeys on the app. You got satellite forecast models, storm reports. You can nerd out to the maximum degree and nerd out with your friends. All in one app. Come check us out. Yeah, no new reports down in the area, unfortunately. You're in New York? Well, send us a photo or video. We want to see what that dang thing looks like. We're trying to get a view. We'll probably get a view from this camera here shortly, though. Because it should get one hit by the storm and should see it before it comes through. A lot of the parts are free, but you do have to subscribe to Circle Pro to post photos and videos because that does cost us money in terms of data storage. But we have a unique subscription thing on Circle Pro where you can pay $1 to $10 depending on your income. You know, if you don't got a whole lot of money, pay $1 per month. You got a crap ton of money, pay $10 a month. So it's up to you to choose, and you get, it doesn't matter how much you give per month, you get all the features. Yes, I developed it. It's my app. It's mine. No takesies. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to redevelop on this storm, but that's very clearly in the clear air. That could be contamination there. Yesterday has been upgraded to an EF2. Wow. The first SIG tour of 2025. You mean 2026, I think. Yeah, just the comments without any videos and photos are free. Yes. And so is the radar's free. Like everything on the radar is free. And there are certain model variables that are free as well. What are we talking about? We're talking about Weather Circle. This. Got a little hangout here, public hangout. Profile where you can get followers and likes and dislikes, apparently. DMs, you can DM your friends. You can turn on post notifications so they show up on app, which also should give you a notification when you're in a warning. It should do that. I haven't been able to test it out yet, though. You can do forecast for me. You get a 7-day forecast for your specific area. Forecast for me is a live personal forecast. You can add a little profile photo, go to the public feed from here. It's got a lot of stuff. It's a fun app. Got storm reports on here. Oh, well, we had a storm report up here. I didn't see this. So that was a tornado report near Laurel, Mississippi. At 8:49. I think this was a wind gust report at one point. It looks like they transitioned it to a tornado report near Laurel. Send me a post about it. Let's see. Surveillance footage from Laurel shows a small tornado. Oh. Oh my gosh. Folks, the world's smallest tornado has been captured. It's almost laughably small, but try not to be mean. Misty says, get the app now. I agree. Any update on tonight to tomorrow? It's kind of the same thing. You know, storms are struggling. They'll probably continue to struggle for most of the day. There might be an instance here and there where they get a little bit more angry. But we have yet to see that for a very long time. And tomorrow's probably going to be pretty similar to today unless something significant changes. Strong storm approaching KHDC near Hammond, Louisiana. Let's check that out on our app. Barely use our radar because it's not 100% current. It's usually about 10 to 5 minutes behind, but I think I can make it faster since we switched to yeah, you can see it's 3:40. We are 4 minutes behind since we switched to level 3. I think I can get it faster. But yeah, stronger storm here near Hammond. Not a whole lot of strong winds. Definitely no debris signature there, but a storm nonetheless heading Ponchatoula there into Hammond. So watch out for that. Yeah, it's in the pinned comment on the chat. This is on the top of the chat. It looks like a little white pillbox. Yeah, there's going to be a secondary line that comes through for tomorrow. It's just, you know, it's going to be kind of a similar situation from today. Like where our 5% tornado risk is for tomorrow. It's like up in this area that has been getting tons of rain all day. And so we're probably going to be dealing with lapse rate issues like we are today, potentially forcing issues kind of like today. It's going to be pretty similar. Just a little bit further up to the north there. Check back up here into New York. We do have some wind reports out here from this squall line. Near Perrysburg, New York at 209. Multiple trees down in Perrysburg. Wow. Bativa, 3:05 p.m. Mesonet station recorded a 68 mile per hour wind gust. Wow. That's pretty strong winds. Near K-Buff, Buffalo Airport also recorded 60 mile per hour winds. And then near Niagara Falls, 68 mile per hour winds there as well. Very interesting. That's strong. Strong storm. Let's go check to see if we actually got a view of this thing or not. I am interested to see what this squall line is like. Oh, there it is. Did it already hit? Let's see where this camera is. It's just... yeah, it might have already hit that. Rating hard in Selma, Alabama. Okay, thank you for letting me know. The JB says, little update to Montgomery, Texas. We are not seeing rain right now, but we are still hearing thunder and the winds are still moving and the clouds are still puffy and black. Hopefully this helps you. Thank you. It does. It does. That's the latest out over there. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to happen here. Might be some more clear air contamination though. Oh, interesting signal here. Is that a brief NATO? No, I don't think so. Don't think so. That was weird for a second. Yeah, there were some decent wins near Ponchatoula earlier. It's now going into Hammond right now. Well, folks, I think I am going to take a break. We've been on for 6 hours. And yeah, you know, if the threat comes back, I will come back live. But I think I'm going to take a little break. And we'll go raid somebody. We raided Pennsylvania trackers yesterday. So let's raid let's raid Rob today. All right, we're gonna raid Rob McBay. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thankfully it hasn't been super active, and fingers crossed it stays like that for the rest of the night. Up here in New York, just keep your eye out. I don't think we're gonna get a tornado threat up here, but definitely some gustier winds are certainly possible with these. So some tree limbs could come down, could have some power outage issues from Hornell to Penn Yan. It shouldn't really last that long. It should be pretty brief, but just be weather aware out there. A little bit of a surprise severe weather threat up there. But yeah, we're gonna raid Rob McBay. So you guys stay tuned. At least go over there and give him a big old thank you. Give him a like and a subscribe. He's a small YouTuber, and I bet you he could use some support over there. But yeah, you guys have a good, safe rest of your day, and hopefully you don't see me again today. See you guys later. Peace.